Chapter 2:27. A sudden turnabout looking at the disciples of Wu province fighting together, and then looking at the elders of Wu province who were fighting bravely, not even willing to take a step back. The bloody scene fiercely shook Yi Fei's heart, and also shook Feng Xinyang's heart. Tianyan Wufu actually resisted so fiercely. In Feng Xinyang's eyes, there was an obvious trace of complexity and regret. Against such resistance, even if the three major Wu province ultimately destroyed Tianyan Wufu, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, there was only one winner, and that was the strategist Empress Dowager, who was tens of thousands of miles away. It had to be said that the Empress Dowager's move was too shrewd and terrifying. If Zhao City's four most powerful cities in Wu province were to fight until both sides suffered great losses, the Empress Dowager would not be able to win. That old Empress Dowager would probably be able to completely control the four major Wu province in Zhao City and the 9 major sects under the rule of the royal family without any effort. Upon understanding this, Yi Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he looked up at the sky where the old mansion master and eunuch Zhang were locked in battle. Then, Yi Fei heard the familiar sound of war drums from the family Yi. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yi Jian, Yi Bufan, Yi Chao, and Zhou Guang. The family Yi was besieged by the Wu province of Mount Tai. There were also 3 elders in the martial grandmaster realm who were ready to take action at any time. Yi Fei's anger instantly reached its peak. How dare they attack my family Yi? These people deserve to die. Master, don't be rash. I'll ask the elders of Donghai Wu province to rescue the family Yi. Now, the most important thing is to think of a way to deal with eunuch Zhang, who is a half-step martial honorable. At the very least, we have to drive him away so that the royal family can't continue to interfere with this matter. Feng Xinyang was very anxious. When she spoke, her eyes kept staring at the battle in the sky, somewhat erratic. However, her words immediately calmed Yi Fei down. Feng Xinyang is right. In a battle between martial artists, the decisive factor is not the number of martial artists, but the top combat power. This eunuch Zhang is the backbone of the 3 major Wu province. As long as we kill this old eunuch Zhang, the 3 Wu province will lose their pillar of support, and they will collapse without a fight. Understanding this point, Yi Fei's family Yi was Zhang and Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang, Yi Fei, had a sudden thought. I am now in the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. With the addition of the 30% sword intent, it will not be difficult for me to defeat that damned eunuch with the help of the old mansion master. The difficult part is how to kill him. In the end, this eunuch Zhang was also a half-step martial saint expert. If he were to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager wanted to weaken the 4 great martial palaces without leaving her residence and reap the benefits from the battle. Yi Fei would not allow her to do so. I must teach this old witch a lesson. Yi Fei made up his mind. Seeing that the people fighting did not notice him and Feng Xinyang's appearance, Yi Fei quickly thought of a good way to deal with eunuch Zhang. Yi Fei ordered Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang, secretly order the people loyal to you in the eastern Siwu province to save the family Yi. Then, fly into the sky and pretend to support eunuch Zhang. Remember, you must get close to eunuch Zhang, and it's best if you can face that damn eunuch. Then, cooperate with me and kill this old eunuch. What? You want to kill eunuch Zhang? How is that possible? He's a Wu supreme. Feng Xinyang felt that Yi Fei's idea was too crazy. So what if he's a Wu supreme? When I was a martial ancestor realm level 3, I could kill the martial ancestor realm level 10 Taishan prefecture master and Beiwa prefecture master. Now that I'm a martial ancestor realm level 6, I don't believe that we can't kill this old eunuch with the 3 of us working together. Yi Fei said with great confidence. Didn't the Empress Dowager of the state of Zhao like to devise strategies and manipulate others? Now, Yi Fei wanted to kill eunuch Zhang, the loyal dog of the royal family, and make the Empress Dowager's heart ache again. Whoosh! After saying that, Yi Fei's body flashed, and he quickly hid. Feng Xinyang was scared witless. She was extremely afraid of eunuch Zhang, but her life was still in Yi Fei's hands. Feng Xinyang had no way to resist. She could only grit her teeth. The moment Yi Fei hid, Feng Xinyang appeared and used her true qi wings to fly into the sky. Prefecture Master, it's the East Sea Prefecture Master. He wasn't sent into the Demon's Ceiling Tower. Haha, I knew it. The 3 Prefecture Masters of Wu Province are so powerful. How could they be set up by a junior and fall into the Demon's Ceiling Tower? Long live the Prefecture Master. The East Sea Prefecture Master has returned. Needless to say, Yi Fei must have been killed. Soon, the Taishan Prefecture Master and Beiwa Prefecture Master will return with Yi Fei's head. With Feng Xinyang's sudden return, the morale of the 3 Wu Province Masters, who have been frightened by the madness of Tianyin Wufu's disciples and elders, instantly increased tenfold. On the other hand, the people of Tianyin Wufu were in despair. Old Wu and Chun Changfeng stood back to back. Both of them were covered in blood. Their bodies were full of shocking wounds, but they did not despair. However, the moment Feng Xinyang returned, the 2 elders' eyes revealed a moment of despair. Yi Fei failed. He didn't successfully send the 3 Prefecture Masters into the Demon's Ceiling Tower. Old Wu's tone was gloomy. A failure is a failure. Even if he succeeded, it won't change the fate of our Wu Province. Let's continue to fight while we still have a breath left. Every time we kill someone, it's worth it. A huge scar appeared on Chun Changfeng's face, almost splitting his head open. However, he did not care about wiping the blood off his face. He raised the huge sword with one hand and was about to continue fighting. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The 3 Taishan Wu Province elders, who were originally laughing and preparing to destroy their family Yi, were suddenly beheaded from behind and fell to the ground. The ones who attacked were the 3 elders of East Sea Wu Province. Taishan Wu Province was completely unprepared for the appearance of these 3 elders. Puff, puff, puff. After that, wherever the elders of East Sea Wu Province were present, this scene continued to happen. These elders did not care if the people in front of them were from Beiwa Wu Province or Taishan Wu Province. As long as they were not from East Sea Wu Province, they only had one action, which was to raise their butcher's knife and suddenly kill their companions. East Sea Wu Province, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? You bunch of idiots. Have you lost your mind from all the killing? Damn it. We are your allies, but you still kill us. The disciples of Taishan Wu Province and Beiwa Wu Province were all stunned. They did not understand why the East Sea Wu Province, who were fighting side by side, suddenly raised their butcher's knife against their own people. Many of the elders of East Sea Wu Province had the same complicated expression. They did this because they had received Feng Xinyang's secret message. Although they were extremely shocked by Feng Xinyang's decision, in the end, Feng Xinyang was still the prefecture chief of East Sea Wu Province. Those who were able to follow her were also her trusted aides. Even if some of the elders questioned this order, most of the elders, after a short hesitation, still decided to carry out Feng Xinyang's order. She suddenly turned around and killed as many elders and disciples of Taishan Wu Province and Beiwa Wu Province as possible. This action also caused a huge chaos in Taishan Wu Province and Beiwa Wu Province. Chapter 228. An Old Eunuch with Special Powers. Strange. Why are the people of Donghai Wu Province killing their own people? Qin Changfeng and Old Wu were already prepared to fight to the death, but the sudden move of the East Sea Wu Province shocked them. Old Wu's expression was very serious. He said in a low voice, "The East Sea Wu Province's actions must have something to do with the return of the East Sea Prefecture Prefect. But no matter what the prefect's plan is, it's best for us to stick to the status quo. Let's take advantage of the dogfight and gather the disciples and elders of Wu Province first." Due to the sudden betrayal of Donghai Wu Province, the disciples and elders of Taishan Wu Province and Beiwa Wu Province were all in chaos. This also gave Tianyin Wufu time to breathe. Now, no one was in the mood to continue dealing with Tianyin Wufu. Many people just wanted to figure out what was going on here. People of Taishan and Wu Province quickly gather at the north. Everyone from Beiwa Wu Province come to the east. Under the order of the prefecture lord, the people of East Siwu province are to come to our side. All the disciples of Tianyin Wufu come to Old Wu's side. Faced with the sudden change in the situation, the four mansion heads all did the same thing. They hurriedly gathered their disciples and elders, and each occupied an area. They would decide what to do after they had figured out the situation. However, even if they had gathered, Beiwe Wu province and Taishan Wu province still vaguely surrounded Tianyin Wufu. Donghai Wu province's behavior was very strange. They did not stand with the other two prefectures. Instead, they seemed to be moving closer to Tianyin Wufu, as if they were going to join forces with Tianyin Wufu. The elders of Beiwe Wu province and Taishan Wu province changed their expressions and cursed even more angrily. Donghai Wu province, what are you doing? Are you going to openly betray us and stand on the enemy's side? On the side of the eastern Siwu province, many of the disciples were also confused. Many of the elders were expressionless. They had already received Feng Xinyang's message. Even if they were confused, most of the elders still continued to move closer to Tianyin Wufu's side. They really did stand on Tianyin Wufu's side, let alone the Tu Wu province. Even Tianyin Wufu was completely confused. Many elders gathered around Old Wu and asked anxiously, Old Wu, what's going on? Donghai Wu province seems to want to ally with us. You're asking me, how would I know? Old Wu and Chen Changfeng also looked at each other. They did not know why Donghai Wu province would do this. Zhao Yu suddenly thought of something. Looking at Feng Xinyang, who was flying high in the sky, her eyes flashed with anticipation. Could it be that Donghai Wu province's change is because Yi Fei did something to Feng Xinyang? Or did he reach some kind of agreement with Donghai Wu province? Yi Fei, that brat, can he really do this and make the entire Wu province submit to him? Yi Jian was also shocked, even though he knew that Yi Fei was very strong. But to make the entire Wu province change sides with his own strength, wasn't this too strong? Of course, at this time, Yi Jian and the elders of Wu province did not know that Yi Fei had not only allied with Donghai Wu province, but even Feng Xinyang had become his servant. If they knew about this, they would be scared to death. Following the appearance of Feng Xinyang, the people from the four great martial houses stopped fighting and raised their heads to look at the sky. The elders all knew that the life and death battles that they were fighting were just small skirmishes. The real winner was still Eunuch Zhang and the Lord of Tianyin Prefecture, who were locked in battle in the sky. If Eunuch Zhang won, no matter how fiercely Tianyin Wufu resisted, it was destined to be destroyed. If the Lord of Tianyin Prefecture won, then Tianyin Wufu would be reborn from blood and regain its glory. In the sky, deep in the clouds, Eunuch Zhang and the Old Lord's battle had been going on for an unknown amount of time. The clouds around them shattered and gathered again. Unfortunately, their strength was very close, and they were both half-step martial honorables. The Old Lord had the Martial King's notes, so his strength had increased greatly. Eunuch Zhang was not weak either. He had a strange black shield in his hand, which could always block the Old Lord's attacks at critical moments. If the two of them were to continue fighting like this, even if they fought until tomorrow morning, they might not be able to determine the winner. After all, the two of them knew each other too well. Even if they fought with their lives on the line, they would not be able to determine the winner without 3 to 5 days. Eunuch Zhang did not have time to pay attention to the small fight on the ground because he was fully focused on killing the Old Lord. In Eunuch Zhang's mind, as long as he did his best to stall the Old Lord, Tianyin Wufu would lose its master and would be destroyed by the 3 major Wu province. At that time, he would take advantage of the Old Lord's confusion and kill him. This was the safest plan. Seeing Feng Xinyang suddenly rush up, Eunuch Zhang was extremely angry. Feng Xinyang, who allowed you to come up here? Your mission is to destroy Tianyin Wufu. I don't need you here. Feng Xinyang's expression revealed a hint of panic, and she quickly explained, Eunuch Zhang, something bad has happened. That Yi Fei used some unknown method to teleport the Lord of Mount Tai and the Lord of Northern Mountains into the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. Only I was lucky enough to escape. Now, Tianyin Wufu's morale is greatly boosted, and they are madly fighting back. Only if we work together and kill the Lord of Tianyun as soon as possible can we turn the situation around. Feng Xinyang's words were reasonable. When eunuch Zhang heard this, his expression changed greatly, and he almost vomited blood. Demons sealing pagoda. That damned Yi Fei. After I kill that old bastard Tsang Fan, your family, you will be next. Kill me? Old eunuch, you think too highly of yourself. Lord, let me help you. Another golden figure rushed into the clouds. The one who appeared at this time was, of course, Yi Fei. Yi Fei didn't say anything when he rushed up. He boldly rushed towards eunuch Zhang. Kill. A resplendent sword light, carrying a shocking killing intent, slashed towards eunuch Zhang's body. When eunuch Zhang saw this, not only was he not afraid, he even revealed a hint of surprise on his face. Then, his expression turned sinister. Ha ha, Yi Fei, you little brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to attack me with this little bit of strength? Since you made the first move, even if I kill you, the Holy Land will have nothing to say. Boom! Eunuch Zhang decisively abandoned the old lord and rushed towards Yi Fei. He even ordered Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang, you came at the right time. Go and stop that old bastard Tsang Fan. Wait for me to kill this Yi Fei, then I'll come and help you. Oh no, Yi Fei, come back quickly. I'll help you stop them. Seeing Yi Fei's reckless action, the old mansion master nearly stomped his feet in anger. After all, eunuch Zhang was also a half-step martial saint expert. Even if Yi Fei's strength was strong, he had not reached their level. If he were to charge forward so recklessly, he would most likely die. However, Yi Fei didn't turn back. Instead, he rushed forward even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had passed by the old lord and was less than 10 steps away from eunuch Zhang. Attack! Sky Destroyer Sword, Sky Burying Technique. Boom! A huge sword light almost shattered the space in front of him. Yi Fei used all his strength and waved the spirit-devouring sword in his hand. It was as if he wanted to bury the entire world. What sword technique is that? Eunuch Zhang's face revealed a shocked expression for the first time. He felt as if the entire world was rejecting Yi Fei's attack. Damn it! You want to trap me like this? You're too naive. Eunuch Zhang with a half-step to martial honor. The sky-burying technique only restricted his movements for a breath. However, this old eunuch managed to break free from his restraints and viciously charged towards Yi Fei. A half-step to martial honor is indeed terrifying. After the sky-burying technique was broken, Yi Fei immediately suffered a huge backlash. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, Yi Fei didn't retreat. He stood there straight and looked at eunuch Zhang. Or rather, he looked behind eunuch Zhang. Chapter 229. Fatal Blow. Feng Xinyang, how dare you betray me? Eunuch Zhang was too terrifying. Or rather, this kind of half-step martial saint who had lived for dozens of years was too shrewd and cautious. Even though Feng Xinyang had quickly attacked, with his dozens of years of battle experience, eunuch Zhang was still able to react in an instant. His fat body leaned to the side and avoided the attack. However, Feng Xinyang's palms still landed heavily on eunuch Zhang's shoulder. The attack of a martial ancestor realm 10th stage was a sudden sneak attack. Eunuch Zhang's protective True Yuan was instantly shattered. His left shoulder was also shattered. A blood-curdling scream resounded through the sky. Eunuch Zhang could not believe his eyes. He looked at his left arm in rage. From his shoulder to his shoulder, it had completely exploded into smithereens. Originally, Feng Xinyang's palm was meant to strike his back and kill him with a sneak attack. This old eunuch's reaction is really fast. However, he was still ruthlessly tricked by me. Yi Fei's face revealed a victorious smile. Although he didn't kill the old eunuch, eunuch Zhang had lost an arm. His half-step martial honorable strength would definitely be greatly affected. Palace Master, now is the best time to kill this old eunuch. Let's join hands and kill him. We can avenge the dead elders and disciples of Wu Province and the Yi Alliance members who died in battle. Yi Fei's eyes were red. The sword light that was filled with anger and killing intent had already slashed towards Eunuch Zhang's body. It was only at this moment that the old mansion lord finally reacted. Yi Fei had actually used some unknown method to instigate Feng Xinyang's defection, and had even dealt a heavy blow to Eunuch Zhang. After recovering from his shock, the old palace master's face suddenly revealed a hint of anxiety. His speed was even faster than Yi Fei's as he pounced towards Eunuch Zhang like lightning. Die, all of you die for me. Feng Xinyang, you traitor, I will tear you apart and swallow you piece by piece. Roar. Eunuch Zhang went crazy. His face was filled with rage and ruthlessness. He never thought that Feng Xinyang would cooperate with Yi Fei to ambush him. This was simply treacherous, despicable, and shameless. Eunuch Zhang's perfectly fine arm had exploded just like that. He hadn't been seriously injured even after fighting with the old mansion master for so long, but now he was seriously injured by Yi Fei's sneak attack. Eunuch Zhang's pale face twisted in anger. Swoosh! Under Eunuch Zhang's control, the black shield suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked Yi Fei's sword. On the other side, Eunuch Zhang looked as if he had gone mad. He opened his mouth, revealing his blood-stained teeth. His shriveled hand quickly grabbed towards Feng Xinyang's neck. What was strange was that Feng Xinyang did not dodge. No, it's not that she didn't want to dodge. She was affected by Eunuch Zhang's demonic voice, and her movements were restricted. Not good. Feng Xinyang is in danger. Yi Fei now knew that Eunuch Zhang's scream was not only out of anger, but also a very secretive demonic technique. Feng Xinyang was already very afraid of Eunuch Zhang. Now that her sneak attack had failed, Feng Xinyang's heart was in a panic. Naturally, she couldn't resist the attack of the demonic voice. Her body became stiff, and she could only watch as Eunuch Zhang's hand grabbed towards her neck. Perhaps in the next breath, her neck would fall into Eunuch Zhang's hand and be cruelly broken. Am I going to die? Feng Xinyang looked at the sky for the last time and then closed her eyes. Pooh! There was the sound of the hand grabbing on her neck, but Feng Xinyang did not feel any pain. Instead, there was a familiar groan beside her. She opened her eyes and looked at the person beside her in disbelief. Sung Fan, in order to save this woman, you were actually willing to be injured by me. Eunuch Zhang was also stunned, but then he was ecstatic. It was a pity that he didn't manage to kill Feng Xinyang, but he did manage to heavily injure his biggest opponent, the old mansion master. He used his own body as a shield to block in front of Feng Xinyang, forcefully withstanding Eunuch Zhang's attack. Eunuch Zhang's claw was not simple. It was his strongest cultivation technique, the blood demon claw. Anyone who was caught by it would quickly wither away and rot to death. Even though the old mansion master was a half-step martial saint and would not die immediately, he still received heavy injuries. Yi Fei was completely stunned. What was going on? Why would the old mansion master do this? He was simply disregarding his life to take this attack for Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang's tears flowed down like a spring. She stared blankly at the back of the figure in front of her. This figure was so old, but it was also so majestic. His shoulders weren't broad, but they were like towering mountains, protecting her from the front. Why? Why did you do this? Feng Xinyang shouted loudly. I owed you in the past. Now, this old man will return it to you. The old mansion master's voice was very calm. The intense pain also ignited the old mansion master's anger. Eunuch Zhang, you are a traitor who betrayed your master. This old man will return this kick to you on behalf of my master. Bang! Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the old mansion lord actually used his crotch kick and heavily kicked Eunuch Zhang's crotch. Eunuch Zhang's expression instantly became incomparably interesting, as if he was a male duck whose neck was being strangled, unable to cry out even if he wanted to. This kick, this old man will return it to you on behalf of my daughter, who was killed by you. Bang! The old mansion master was furious. His first kick was not enough. He actually kicked a second time at lightning speed, creating two loud, muffled sounds. Then, Eunuch Zhang screamed even more miserably and painfully. After all, it was the attack of a half-step martial honorable. Even though the old mansion master was seriously injured, the two kicks still caused Eunuch Zhang's lower body to be covered in blood. Blood spurted out like a fountain. If it wasn't for the fact that Eunuch Zhang was already a eunuch and that thing had long since ceased to exist, Eunuch Zhang's entire body would have been crippled by these two kicks. Yi Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat when he saw this. He did not expect the old mansion master to have such a youthful and impulsive side. Roar! 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 Eunuch Zhang, who was sent flying, suddenly emitted an extremely violent aura. The entire sky was filled with his ghost-like roar. Roar! That's right. That's how that old man crippled my family back then. It was only because I played with a few female disciples and killed a few village girls. Unforgivable. My family's unforgivable. I like to play with those women. So what? Those women deserve to die. All women, except the Empress Dowager, deserve to die. Sung Fan. Roar. Eunuch Zhang had completely gone crazy. His serious injury did not weaken the old eunuch. Instead, it completely stimulated his ferocious nature. Rip. Chapter 230. Heaven swallowing soared. This crazy scene frightened many people. Is this old eunuch crazy? Why is he harming himself? Yi Fei was also very shocked. If a person could be so cruel as to tear off his entire face, then this person would be able to do anything horrifying. No, Eunuch Zhang isn't crazy. He cultivates the forbidden blood transformation demonic technique. In order to unleash the greatest power of this technique, one has to resort to self-mutilation. The crazier the self-mutilation, the greater the power of the demonic technique. After all, they were once fellow disciples. The old mansion master knew Eunuch Zhang the best. After saying this, he pushed Feng Xinyang behind him and looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, take Xinyang and leave first. This person is not someone you can deal with. Let this old man settle this once and for all. Cough, cough, cough. The old mansion master coughed up blood as he spoke. The deep wound on his chest that was torn apart by Eunuch Zhang's claws started to turn black and then purple. There was even a putrid black smoke coming out of it. No, I won't leave. I want to be with you even if I die. Feng Xinyang's tears flowed even more fiercely. She ignored Yi Fei and the gazes of the people below and suddenly hugged the old mansion master impulsively. This made Yi Fei and the old mansion master feel very awkward. Eunuch Zhang, who was still harming himself, laughed strangely. Kiki, you don't have to leave. The three of you will die here today. Sung Fan, come out and die. Roar. Rip. Accompanied by a teeth-numbing sound, Eunuch Zhang finally tore off his entire skin, revealing bloody muscles that were wriggling crazily. As these muscles wriggled, Eunuch Zhang's aura increased rapidly. His broken arm showed signs of regenerating. What a terrifying demonic technique. Yi Fei was shocked. Yi Fei, leave quickly. This old eunuch is going crazy. He hates me the most. If he doesn't kill me, he won't attack you. The old mansion master was extremely anxious. Shua! Yi Fei's figure instantly blocked the old mansion master's side. He shook his head without turning his head and said, No, mansion master, I'm not the one who should leave. It's all of you. Who cares about the demonic blood transformation technique? This old eunuch once burned down Blackstone City with his own hands and destroyed my home. Today, I want him to have a taste of what it feels like to be burned by fire. Boom! Raging flames enveloped Yi Fei's body. This was the otherworldly divine fire, which was also the Hellfire sword. Without a sound, he had already taken the initiative to wave dozens of invisible sword energies at Eunuch Zhang, who was still hurting himself. Kiki, shapeless sword chi? Interesting. Unfortunately, Yi Fei, your cultivation level is still too low. You've spoiled the Empress Dowager's plans time and time again, and now you dare to stand in my way. Fine, I'll kill you first, and then that old bastard Sung Fan. Shua. As his skin was torn off, the intense pain and blood caused Eunuch Zhang's demonic blood transformation technique to reach its maximum level. His speed had increased tremendously, and his senses were terrifyingly sharp. Even though Yi Fei's sword chi was invisible, Eunuch Zhang could still sense it. Eunuch Zhang seemed to be able to sense the sword chi in advance. In an instant, he dodged all the sword chi, and his bloody palm grabbed forward forcefully. Kaboom! The space in front of Yi Fei exploded from Eunuch Zhang's grasp. The sword chi space that he had painstakingly set up was torn to pieces. However, Yi Fei wasn't discouraged. He had only used the Hellfire Sword to test the old eunuch's strength. The result was very satisfactory to Yi Fei. Although the old eunuch's self-mutilation had stimulated the potential of his demonic blood transformation technique, he had still been severely injured by Feng Xinyang and the old mansion master. Although Eunuch Zhang looked ferocious and powerful, he was only strong in appearance. As long as I don't give him a chance to recover from his injuries, I still have a way to win. A strong sense of confidence suddenly appeared on Yi Fei's face. So what if he was a half-step martial honorable? The current him was no longer the same as when he was in Blackrock City. He had the Heaven's Burial Technique and the Golden Rock Wings. The moment the sword chi space shattered, Yi Fei's figure flashed. He moved at a speed that wasn't comparable to Eunuch Zhang's and quickly dodged the Blood Demon Claw. How can this be? You can actually keep up with my demonic speed. Eunuch Zhang was stunned. Yi Fei's performance had exceeded his expectations. Then, he noticed the golden wings on Yi Fei's back. That's the fastest flying martial technique, the Golden Rock Wings. So that's how it is. Since you've cultivated this martial technique, it's a pity that you still have to die. All of you have to die. Blood Mist Storm. Eunuch Zhang let out a sharp cry. His skinless body suddenly released layers of blood-red gas rapidly, forming a huge blood cocoon. It spun and pounced on Yi Fei. Yi Fei, be careful. That's the blood demon cocoon. Once you're enveloped by it, you'll immediately be corroded into a pile of bones. The old mansion master trembled with fear. He was afraid that Yi Fei would encounter an accident. Kill. Devouring sword essence. Yi Fei's expression turned grave. He was surrounded by the blood mist, and there was a huge blood cocoon in front of him. He couldn't dodge it by relying on the speed of the Golden Rock Wings. Since that was the case, Yi Fei might as well activate the devouring sword essence. A huge black hole started to appear above his head and crazily devoured the blood mist around him. During the devouring process, Yi Fei could clearly hear Eunuch Zhang's angry and painful cries from within the blood cocoon. This was because the blood mist was formed from his blood. The devouring sword essence didn't just devour the blood mist. It also devoured the blood in Eunuch Zhang's body. However, Eunuch Zhang still didn't cower. The huge blood cocoon rushed to Yi Fei's side at the fastest speed. It then opened its mouth like the mouth of a blood demon and tried to envelop Yi Fei. Yi Fei, give me your life. I want your blood, your flesh, and your soul. Give me everything you have. A cold and withered gray claw appeared in front of Yi Fei. It aimed at Yi Fei and made the most ruthless move of gouging out his heart. Battle Demon Golden Body, Heaven Burying Sword. Boom! Yi Fei didn't dodge this time. He suddenly took a step forward and activated the Devil Emperor Sutra. The devouring sword carried the power to bury heaven and earth as it slowly stabbed at Eunuch Zhang and the blood cocoon in front of him. Poof! Soon after, Yi Fei felt a sharp pain in his body. The Battle Demon Golden Body was instantly crushed by Eunuch Zhang's hand. Large chunks of flesh and blood were grabbed by Eunuch Zhang with a sinister smile and swallowed in front of Yi Fei. Delicious flesh and blood. Your sword technique isn't bad either. It's a pity that this move doesn't have any offensive power. Your sword technique doesn't have the ability to suppress me. Ha ha ha. Eunuch Zhang's blood cocoon only paused for a moment before it broke free from the shackles of heaven and earth. However, Yi Fei wasn't discouraged. With a mysterious smile on his face, he suddenly shouted, "How dare you devour my flesh and blood? I'll show you what true devouring is." Sky Destroyer Sword, Heaven Swallowing Style. Yi Fei endured the pain and suddenly raised his left hand into the sky. He grabbed the black hole above his head. The black hole disappeared silently. What appeared in Yi Fei's hand was a 10-meter-long black hole. Sword-shaped spatial rift. Slash! Yi Fei roared. It was as if he had gone mad. He grabbed the huge spatial sword with both hands, ignoring Eunuch Zhang's claw and the huge blood cocoon that was gradually enveloping him. The resplendent sword light seemed to have swallowed all the light in the area. Everyone could only see a huge black crack slashing down towards the sky. No! What sword technique is this? How can it be so strong? Oh no, I can feel the aura of death. Eunuch Zhang was frightened. The ferocious look on his face suddenly turned into intense fear. For the first time, he felt a dangerous and fearful aura from a junior. Eunuch Zhang didn't dare to delay. He quickly closed the blood cocoon to protect himself. At this moment, the huge black light beams slashed down and smashed heavily on the blood cocoon. Without a sound, the sword light pierced through the blood cocoon, revealing Eunuch Zhang's bloody and terrified face. Eunuch Zhang only had time to say this word. A black line suddenly appeared in the middle of his lips. It quickly extended to his forehead and the middle of his body. Boom! Chapter 231. Dazzling Radiance Boom. Yi Fei's sword strike was absolutely earth-shattering. Not only had he killed Eunuch Zhang, but he had also created a legend. A 6th-stage martial grandmaster actually killed Eunuch Zhang, who was a half-step martial honorable. Who can tell me if this is true? Oh my god, Tianyan Wufu is too terrifying. This Yi Fei is too terrifying. He is the light. He is a legend. The elders of Tianyan City, Beiwa Wu Province, and Mount Tai were unwilling to give up. Even though Donghai Wu Province had betrayed them, they still reorganized their troops as quickly as possible and planned to continue their attack on Tianyan Wufu. However, at this moment, the scene in the sky shocked everyone. Eunuch Zhang had died in battle. He had been killed by a 6th-stage martial grandmaster junior with a single strike. Such a scene could be easily achieved by the peerless geniuses of the great martial world. However, in a small place like Zhao City, this was a very shocking event. Its impact was comparable to that of the evil Sword King who had challenged the 5 prefectures and 9 sects 200 years ago. At this moment, Yi Fei was the new evil Sword King in the hearts of the 3 great Wu province. Many people even thought that Yi Fei was even more powerful and stunning than Zhao Qianjun had been back then. Yi Fei stood quietly in the sky. In the eyes of many people, his entire body was blooming with dazzling brilliance. Yi Fei! Yi Fei! No one knew who shouted, but all the disciples and elders in Tianyan Wufu who were still alive screamed crazily. Zhao Yu shed tears of joy. Old Wu and Chun Changfeng were also moved to tears. Tianyan Wufu is finally safe. This is all thanks to Yi Fei. Yi Bufan sighed emotionally and said with relief, "No, this is not only due to Yi Fei. It's also due to you, me, and Tianyan Wufu. All of us. It's just that stinky brat who contributed a lot." Yi Jin grinned happily. The members of the Yi League were filled with endless emotions. Not long ago, Yi Fei of the Sky was publicly known as trash in the Black Rock City. He was humiliated and ridiculed. The current Yi Fei was already high up in the sky. He was like the sun, shining brightly and emitting a dazzling radiance. This was the pride of Black Rock City and also the pride of the Yi League. He was Tianyan Wufu's pride. With the cheers, Yi Jian, Yi Bufan, Old Wu, Chun Changfeng, all the members of the Yi League, all the elders and disciples present straightened their backs and stared coldly at the panic-stricken Beiwa Wu Province and Taishan Wu Province. However, no one made a move. Everyone was looking at the same sky and the same person. That was Yi Fei. As the person who killed Eunuch Zhang, only Yi Fei could decide the fate of these 2 Wu Province. "Spare our lives. Please spare us. We were forced to do this. We won't dare to do it again." There were already disciples from the 2 provinces who could not bear the pressure. They cried and knelt on the ground, kowtowing desperately to Yi Fei and begging for mercy. These people no longer had the ferocity on their faces. Instead, they looked pitiful. Even many elders were trembling due to excessive fear. No one dared to escape. Under the gaze of the old mansion master, Feng Xinyang, And Yi Fei, they would only die faster if they tried to escape. Put down your weapons. Kneel down. Yi Fei finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, he asked all the disciples and elders from the two Wu province to kneel down. How powerful! However, in the face of Yi Fei's power, no one could stop him. Eunuch Zhang, who tried to stop him, was already a corpse. The Taishan and Beiwen mansion masters who tried to stop him were still nowhere to be seen. There was a 99% chance that they were already dead. As for the remaining elders and disciples from the two provinces, who would dare to resist? Who would be able to resist? If they resisted, Yi Fei would not even need to do anything. Feng Xinyang and the old mansion master, who were standing behind him, could easily make the two Wu province pay the most painful price. Why aren't you kneeling? Do you want my master to personally ask you to kneel? Feng Xinyang shouted. Seeing that the people from the two provinces were still in a daze after Yi Fei had spoken, Feng Xinyang was very dissatisfied. However, she did not know that her words had a huge impact on everyone present. What? The East Sea Mansion Master actually submitted to Yi Fei and even called a master? Oh my God, this Yi Fei is too scary. He is simply a demon. It's all our Mansion Master's fault. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend such a demon. Clang! Shocked by Yi Fei's strength and shocked by Feng Xinyang's words, some elder was so scared that he dropped his weapon and knelt on the ground with a plop. With one, there was a second, then a third, then a fourth. Surrender was also contagious. When they saw others kneeling, no matter how unwilling the elders were, they could only helplessly sigh and kneel on the ground in humiliation. Only the people from Isiwu province were secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, they chose the right side in the end. Otherwise, they would have ended up in the same miserable state as Beiwa Wu province and Taishan Wu province. Yi Fei, how do you plan to deal with them? The old mansion master's expression was very strange. He looked at Yi Fei and then at Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang also looked at the old mansion master with incomparable bitterness. This immediately made Yi Fei feel that the situation was really awkward. He saw that Feng Xinyang and the old mansion master definitely had an affair in the past. They might even be old lovers. Now that Feng Xinyang had become his servant, their relationship was really messy. He could only temporarily put this matter aside. Yi Fei looked at the old mansion master and bowed. Mansion master, this is Tianyun Wufu. Since they have offended Tianyun Wufu, I think that their fate should be decided by you, mansion master. This old man will decide. The old mansion master understood that Yi Fei was respecting him. However, he still had a difficult expression and said in a very thorny manner, "This is difficult. From an emotional point of view, this old man wants nothing more than to kill these people. However, if they die, Beiwa Wu province and Taishan Wu province will definitely decline. In the end, it will only benefit the imperial family. If I don't kill them and let them go, how can this old man answer to the disciples and elders who have died?" Hearing this, Yi Fei also felt that dealing with these two Wu province was indeed a very difficult matter. After all, this incident was clearly planned by the imperial family's Empress Dowager. She purposely instigated a chaotic battle between the four Wu province so that she could reap the benefits. Although killing the elites of these two provinces would vent her anger, it would also give the Empress Dowager the opportunity to annex Beiwa Wu province and Taishan Wu province. Just as the old mansion master had thought, Tianyun Wufu had already suffered heavy losses. If the imperial family took the opportunity to annex the two Wu province, Tianyun Wufu would be even more unable to contend with the imperial family in the future. Since we can't kill them, then we can only let them go. Yi Fei was very helpless, but his rationality allowed him to make the same decision as the old mansion master. "Master, you want to let these people go?" Feng Xinyang was very shocked. Her intuition told her that Yi Fei was not a soft-hearted person. Chapter 232. Expand Wu Province. "Oh, Yi Fei, if you have any ideas, just tell me." The old mansion master asked with great interest. He no longer dared to treat Yi Fei as an ordinary junior. After all, Yi Fei's identity was different now. He was an inner disciple of the Holy Land, and his combat strength was even more shocking. He could even kill a half-step martial saint with ease. Even if Yi Fei was not arrogant because of this, many of the people around him had already considered Yi Fei to be an expert on the same level as the old mansion master. Everyone had to maintain sufficient respect for the strong. Yi Fei didn't notice this change. Yi Fei had always maintained a sense of gratitude and respect towards the old mansion master who had once protected his family Yi. Therefore, he respectfully expressed his thoughts. Mansion master, this is what I think. The Empress Dowager wants to annex the 4 Great Wu province. What she values the most is the large amount of resources that the 4 Great Wu province occupies. As long as there are enough resources, the royal family will be able to continuously train masters. They don't even need to go to the Holy Land. But without enough resources, the royal family can only rely on the Holy Land. Since I don't want Mount Tai Wu province and Beiwa Wu province to be annexed, why don't we use these people to ask for a huge amount of cultivation resources from the 2 major Wu provinces' compensation? Yi Fei paused for a moment before continuing. In this way, not only will we get our revenge, but we will also get a lot of resources. Even if the 2 Wu provinces are annexed by the Empress Dowager in the end, without the support of cultivation resources, we still have to provide for the cultivation needs of the warriors in the 2 mansions. In the short term, the strength of the imperial family has increased, but in the long term, the consumption of the imperial family's resources will only be more severe. Feng Xinyang and the old mansion master looked at Yi Fei's eloquence and composure. They suddenly felt a faint majesty from Yi Fei's body. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This child is definitely not a person of the pond. Feng Xinyang sighed in her heart. At first, she thought that Yi Fei was only talented and strong in battle. But now that she heard Yi Fei's plan, she realized that Yi Fei's intelligence was also terrifying. As the manor head, Feng Xinyang and the old manor head were both intelligent people. Of course, they understood that Yi Fei's actions would bring great benefits to Tianyin Wufu. This was simply an ingenious plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. If they really did as Yi Fei said, Tianyin Wufu would not only obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, but would also greatly improve the hidden strength of Wu province. Beiwa Wu province and Taishan Wu province that handed over these resources would also rapidly decline and completely lose the strength to oppose Tianyin Wufu. Even if the royal family took advantage of this opportunity to annex the 2 manors, they would not be able to obtain enough resources to support these people. In the end, the royal family would also be burdened and weakened to a certain extent. This opportunity to strengthen Wu province was right in front of him. If the old mansion master did not know how to seize it, then he really did not deserve to be the manor head. After hearing Yi Fei's words, the old mansion master immediately nodded his head excitedly. Good, good, good. Yi Fei, we will do as you say. This way, Tianyin Wufu will really be reborn from the ashes and become even stronger. Come, let's discuss this with old Wu and the others now. Okay, I will listen to you, manor head. Of course, Yi Fei would not refuse. After all, the family Yu is also in Tianyin Wufu. If Wu province became stronger, it would also be very beneficial to the family Yi. Of course, before he left, Yi Fei did not forget to deal with the people of Donghai Wu province. After all, these people had also attacked Tianyin Wufu. Yi Fei looked at Feng Xinyang and ordered, Feng Xinyang, the matter of the 3 manors and the post-war cleanup will be handed over to Donghai Wu province. Treat it as your atonement. Of course, you must not let go of those people whose hands are stained with the blood of Wu province's disciples. As he spoke, a murderous aura suddenly flashed across Yi Fei's body. Feng Xinyang's heart suddenly trembled. Only now did she know that Yi Fei was not a soft-hearted person who could be bullied easily. If she did not handle this matter well, she would definitely leave a bad impression in Yi Fei's heart. Feng Xinyang hurriedly lowered her head in fear towards Yi Fei and said with some grievance, Yes, this servant understands. This servant will definitely handle this matter well. That's good. Yi Fei did not say much. In the end, Feng Xinyang was still a manor lord. If she could not even handle such a small matter, then the Devil King had really made a mistake in making her his servant. Yi Fei followed the old manor lord back to Tianyin Wufu's area. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by everyone. Old Wu and Chun Chong Feng gave him a big bear hug. Yi Jian happily rushed forward, aiming at Yi Fei's chest and punched him hard. However, Yi Fei's body was now extremely strong. Yi Jian's punch did not hurt Yi Fei. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his own fist. Yi Jian grinned and laughed. "Ha, good boy. The older you grow, the stronger you become. It seems like the Holy Land is indeed a place to train people." Yi Fei also looked at Yi Jian excitedly. He walked over and gave Yi Jian a big hug. "Uncle Jian, I'm back. It's good that you're back. No matter where you are, the family Yi will always be your home. It will always be your strongest support." Yi Jian's tiger-like eyes glistened with tears. He felt that Yi Fei had really grown up. However, this kind of growth filled the family Yi and the entire family Yi with supreme pride. It's a pity that there's still no news of that girl Shan Shan. Grand Elder Yi Chao thought of something, and a touch of sadness appeared on his old face. Many people in the family Yi had faces full of shame. In the family Yi, Yi Shan Shan's status was lower than Yi Fei's. No one liked her weak and sickly body. In the end, the dignified eldest miss of the family, Yi could only play with a servant girl. Who would have thought that such a person like Yi Shan Shan would have such a shocking special constitution? She was even directly taken away by the Holy Land, and there was no news of her ever since. Hearing Yi Chao mention his sister, Yi Fei's eyes couldn't help but flash with a touch of sadness. Then, it was replaced by a look of determination. "Uncle Jian, don't worry. It won't be long before I personally step into the Star Moon Holy Land and bring my sister back." Crack, crack, crack. Yi Fei was so engrossed in his thoughts that his knuckles turned white from clenching his fists so tightly that no one in the family Yi knew what to say to persuade Yi Fei. At this time, Zhao Yu walked over. She looked at Yi Fei seriously and said, "Yi Fei, don't worry. Those who can be directly taken away by the Holy Land are all monstrous geniuses. Your sister will definitely have a good life in the Star Moon Holy Land." "I hope so. Princess, thank you for your concern." Yi Fei looked at Zhao Yu and forced a smile on his face. Seeing Yi Fei's clean smile, Zhao Yu's face suddenly turned red. She felt that her brain must be cramping. Why did she think of comforting Yi Fei? "Who needs your thanks? Also, I'm not worried about you." Zhao Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. She turned around and quickly walked away. What's wrong with Zhao Yu today? Her attitude is good one moment and bad the next. How strange. Chapter 233. Put the family Yi in order. On the other side, the old governor had already told Old Wu and the others about Yi Fei's plan to expand Wu province. Of course, the elders wouldn't object. Many of them even cheered excitedly. Everyone knew that although Tianyin Wufu had suffered heavy losses this time, if they could take the opportunity to gather the resources of the other two prefectures, Tianyin Wufu would not only recover quickly, but also become stronger. The elders of Wu province were very grateful to Yi Fei, who had done all this for them. Qin Chong Feng hugged Yi Fei again with one arm. "Yi Fei, thank you so much. If you hadn't come back in time, Wu province would have been done for, let alone become stronger." "That's right, Yi Fei. Wu province treated you so badly in the past, yet you're still willing to risk your life to help us. We feel guilty." Many elders recalled Yi Fei's experience as a servant disciple in Wu province. Many of them felt their faces burn. Yi Fei also smiled and did not mind what had happened in the past. After all, Wu province had taken a huge risk to protect his family Yi, so he did not have to worry about the future. Now that Wu province was in trouble, of course he would not sit back and do nothing. By the way, Academy Master, when I came to Wu province, I also took back the spirit crystals from the spirit mine. I believe that with these spiritual crystals, you will be able to break through to the martial honorable realm very quickly. Yi Fei opened his space bag and poured out the thousands of spiritual crystals he had obtained from the spirit mine. These spiritual crystals belonged to Tianyun Wufu, so it was not appropriate for him to take them for himself. Moreover, now that the old mansion master had broken through to Martial Venerable, he would be able to protect Wu Province and his family even more. Therefore, these spiritual crystals would only be of great value if they were given to the old mansion master. Oh my God, it's really a spirit crystal. There are thousands of them. No wonder the three great Wu Province were so angry that they almost went to war. I didn't expect it to be you, Yi Fei. Ha ha ha, Yi Fei, well done. Didn't the three great Wu Province want to seize the spirit mine? This is called trying to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Ha ha ha. Many elders laughed along with Chun Chongfeng's joke. Yi Fei looked at Chun Chongfeng's broken arm and couldn't help but feel a little sad. When he was in the Sky Fortune Martial House, other than the old Martial House master, only Chun Chongfeng had taken care of him. Now that Chun Chongfeng had lost an arm, it would affect his cultivation. Of course, Yi Fei wouldn't feel good either. He looked at Chun Chongfeng seriously and said, Elder Chun, don't worry. I'll find a way to go to the Holy Land and ask for a spirit pill to help you regrow your arm. Hee, Yi Fei, I'm very satisfied that you have such intentions. It doesn't matter if I lose my arm or not. As long as you're fine and the disciples of Wu Province are fine, I don't mind dying. Chun Chongfeng, the elder of the Sword Sect, was still as carefree as ever. The old mansion master also nodded slightly. Suddenly, he made a decision. He kept half of the spiritual crystals and pushed the other half to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, since you were the one who took these spiritual crystals back, they belong to you. This old man is shameless enough to take half of them. As for the remaining half, please take it back. The internal strife in the Holy Land is extremely intense. These spiritual crystals will definitely be of help to you. Since the mansion master has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Fei didn't refuse. The old mansion master's words were so sincere that if he refused, he would be regarded as an outsider. So Yi Fei put away half of the spirit crystals on the ground. At this moment, the old mansion master made another shocking move. He didn't take the spirit crystals for himself. Instead, he took them all out and said to old Wu, Junior brother, how many elders and disciples died in this battle? They all sacrificed themselves for Wu Province. We can't disappoint their families. Before the resources from the other two manors arrive, use these spirit crystals to compensate them, especially those servant disciples. Boom! The old mansion master's words shocked everyone. Even old Wu was shocked. Senior brother, without these spirit crystals, how are you going to break through to Martial Venerable? Haha, spirit crystals are just external objects. A true breakthrough requires the heart of a cultivator. I happened to understand this during the battle just now. It doesn't matter if I use spirit crystals or not. The old mansion master spoke magnanimously, but everyone knew that he only said this because he didn't want to be rejected. At this moment, Yi Fei finally understood why Wu Province resisted so strongly in the face of foreign enemies. First, it was because everyone had a strong sense of belonging to Wu Province. Second, it was because of the old mansion master's powerful charisma. Since the old mansion master was so generous and selfless, Yi Fei felt that he couldn't be too stingy. So he took out another item and handed it to the old mansion master. Mansion master, I have a martial art technique here. It's called the Thunder Spear technique. It's a low-grade heaven-level martial art technique. Originally, I was going to leave it for the family Yi. Now, I'm willing to share this martial art technique with the Wu Province and the family Yi. Boom! Like a sudden clap of thunder, Yi Fei's words shocked all the elders present. A heaven-level martial art technique? Did they hear wrongly? Only the royal family in the entire Zhao kingdom had such a martial art technique. Now, Tianyun Wufu and the family Yi also had it. Didn't this mean that Wu Province would soon have the ability to fight against the royal family? Princess Zhao Yu's eyes widened. She was very curious about Yi Fei. The Thunder Spear technique. Of course, she knew that this was Ouyang Jie's martial art technique. Moreover, it had only been used once. Where did Yi Fei get this martial art technique from? In Zhao Yu's eyes, Yi Fei suddenly became mysterious. She subconsciously took a step closer to Yi Fei, trying to see what was different about him. Yi Fei subconsciously touched his face and asked curiously, "Zhao Yu, is there something dirty on my face? Why do you keep looking at me?" At this moment, Zhao Yu realized that she had been looking at Yi Fei's face in a daze. A large patch of red appeared on her cheeks. Fortunately, it was covered by a thin veil, so no one could see it. With a cold look in her eyes, Zhao Yu quickly distanced herself from Yi Fei by a full 5 meters. Yi Fei's head was full of black lines. Did he offend her in some way? With a trace of doubt, Yi Fei walked towards the family Yi. At this moment, the people in the family Yi were just like the elders in Wu province. Many of them were too excited to speak. This was a tier martial art technique. The family Yi didn't even dare to dream of obtaining it. Now that Yi Fei had casually taken it out, Yi Jian was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. Yi Fei was also very satisfied with Yi Jian's current expression. He felt that he hadn't scared Yi Jian enough. Without waiting for Yi Jian to speak, Yi Fei flipped his hand and 2 more talent crystals appeared. He handed one to Yi Jian and said, "Uncle Jian, this is a Martial King Realm talent crystal. It can greatly improve your talent. It won't be a problem for you to break through to the Xian tier Dantian." "What? Xian tier Dantian? Yi Fei, you stinking brat. Are you trying to scare Uncle Jian to death?" My heart. Yi Jian was so shocked that his heart almost stopped beating. If it weren't for Yi Chao supporting him from the side, Yi Jian's legs would probably have turned to jelly on the spot because of this talent crystal. Everyone in the Yi League was incomparably shocked. Who didn't desire a Xian tier Dantian? Now that Yi Fei had 2 talent crystals in his hands, who would he give a next one to? Chapter 234. The Empress Dowager is furious. The members of the Yi League looked at the last talent crystal in Yi Fei's hand. Their eyes were red with envy, and they wished they could snatch it away. But they also knew that they were not direct descendants of the family Yi. Many of them had joined the family Yi because they were forced by circumstances. Such a treasure was not enough for the direct descendants. So how could they, the outsiders, have a chance? As the first elder, Yi Tianai had already straightened his chest. He was the first to defect to Yi Fei. Whether it was status or identity, he had a high chance of getting this talent crystal. Grand Elder Yi Chao's breathing also became rapid. Although he did not have much time left, if Yi Fei respected him enough, this talent crystal could also fall into his hands. Zhou Guang was not a member of the family Yi, but he was a follower of Yi Fei. All along, his stance had been firm, and he could be considered a direct descendant of the family Yi. He also had a chance of getting this talent crystal. In the eyes of the family Yi elders, these 3 were also the most likely to get the second talent crystal. Yi Fei also understood these people's thoughts. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. Everyone who was caught by his gaze felt a jolt of excitement and nervousness. But it was beyond everyone's expectations. In the end, Yi Fei's gaze fell on a young girl. "Zhuang Ling'er, this talent crystal is for you. Give it to me." Zhuang Ling'er was shocked. She did not expect Yi Fei to give such a precious treasure to her. The entire Yi League was also shocked. According to common sense, shouldn't such a precious treasure be given to a direct descendant? Why would Yi Fei suddenly give it to Zhuang Ling'er? Could it be that the League Master had taken a liking to Zhuang Ling'er and wanted to take her as his concubine? Many Yi League members could not help but let their imaginations run wild. Even Yi Tianai and Yi Chao thought the same. Zhuang Ling'er's face showed a hint of joy and a hint of blush. Could it be that big brother Yi? Thank you, young lord, for taking care of our family Ye's side branch. I, Yi Bufan, swear that I will do my best for the family Yi and will not regret it even if I die. Yi Bufan suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Fei with excitement and sincerity. Others didn't know what Yi Fei's actions meant, but it couldn't be hidden from Yi Bufan, who had once been a city lord. His actions stunned many members of the Yi Alliance. Suddenly, some of the more astute family heads understood why Yi Fei was doing this. Yi Fei gave the last talent crystal to Zhuang Ling, not because of love, but because he wanted to show everyone his attitude. Just when everyone thought that such a treasure would definitely be given to a direct descendant of the family Yi, Yi Fei gave it to a new member of the side branch, and it was even a junior. This undoubtedly showed Yi Fei's attitude. Whether it was a direct descendant of the family Yi, a side branch, or a Yi League member who didn't join the family Yi, as long as they contributed to the family Yi and made contributions, Yi Fei would treat them all equally. He wouldn't treat them differently just because they weren't a direct descendant. The family heads who came to their senses also knelt down in front of Yi Fei in excitement. Many of them were incomparably excited. Seeing the benefits of joining the family Yi and the fact that Yi Fei treated everyone equally, these family heads scrambled to show their loyalty. Long live the alliance leader. We were foolish before and didn't want to join the family Yi. Now we've completely come to our senses. Please allow us to join the family Yi and become a side branch of the family Yi. For the alliance leader, for the family Yi, we side branches are willing to die. The elders of the family Yi's direct descendants looked at each other. No one had expected Yi Fei to do this. With just a small piece of the talent crystal, so many family heads were willing and eager to join the family Yi. Originally, when Yi Fei gave the talent crystal to an outsider, Yi Chao and Yi Tianai were very disappointed. But now, their hearts were only filled with deep shock and admiration for Yi Fei's methods. If Yi Fei gave the talent crystal to the direct descendants, it would only increase the power of one person. But if Yi Fei gave it to the side branches, it would increase the power of the entire family Yi. Yi Bufan seized this opportunity and said loudly, "Alliance leader, since everyone is willing to join the family Yi, there's no need for the Yi Alliance to exist anymore. From now on, we only have the family Yi. Yes, we only have the family Yi. I support the disbandment of the Yi Alliance. From now on, we are all members of the family Yi." All the members of the Yi Alliance cheered. If Yi Fei didn't agree, they would make a big fuss. It was different from the liveliness in Tianyan Wufu. The palace of the kingdom of Zhao was much colder and more quiet. Everyone who walked around the palace was trembling in fear. No one dared to speak loudly or even breathe loudly. The emperor of the kingdom of Zhao was kneeling outside the Vermilion Gate with his head lowered. He didn't dare to say a word because the Empress Dowager behind the Vermilion Gate was furious. Her anger caused the entire palace to shake slightly as if there was an earthquake. Eunuch Zhang is dead. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate such an obedient servant, but he's dead, and he was killed by that Yi Fei. Emperor, don't you have anything to say to me? The Empress Dowager's furious voice came from behind the Vermilion Gate. No one knew how the Empress Dowager, who was tens of thousands of miles away, would immediately find out about Eunuch Zhang's death. Only the emperor was an exception. In the eyes of outsiders, Eunuch Zhang was cultivated by the Empress Dowager and was a loyal lackey of the royal family. However, after the emperor secretly investigated, he was shocked to find that Eunuch Zhang was not a complete person. He was more like a clone of the Empress Dowager, a half-puppet. The Empress Dowager seemed to be able to sense everything that Eunuch Zhang saw and heard. It was also through this method that the Empress Dowager was able to see through all the political affairs of the kingdom of Zhao. The dignified emperor had been turned into a mere figurehead. Even though the Empress Dowager had seen that the emperor had broken through to Martial Grandmaster and allowed him to govern, the Empress Dowager's interference was omnipresent. All the civil and military officials were the Empress Dowager's people. The Empress Dowager's spies filled the entire palace. Even who the emperor met, what he ate, and who he slept with were all arranged by the Empress Dowager. The emperor had had enough. When he heard the news of Eunuch Zhang's death, the emperor immediately rushed over to pay his respects. However, he was undoubtedly happy in his heart. Now that Eunuch Zhang is dead, the Empress Dowager has lost her spy. That's my chance. The emperor knelt on the ground with a sorrowful expression, but his heart was filled with humiliation. Emperor, are you happy that Eunuch Zhang is dead? Very happy. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because I let you govern? Chapter 235. To the Seven Treasures Forest. What a heartache. Do you think that's all? Do you think that I don't know that you secretly investigated eunuch Zhang behind my back? Do you think that I don't know that the daughter you gave birth to with that be asterisk TCH, consort zone, has a special constitution and great talent? Boom! The Empress Dowager's words made the Emperor's mind buzz. However, the Emperor was able to endure for so long. He was still very shrewd. Hearing this, the Emperor was neither shocked nor angry. He only raised his head in astonishment and said, Empress Dowager, what are you talking about? I don't know. Hasn't Yu's constitution been checked by the imperial physician since she was young? Empress Dowager, you should know best whether she has a special constitution. What a good I know best. Emperor, do you think that I don't know that you deliberately sealed Zhao Yu's bloodline when she was born? Do you think that without eunuch Zhang's eyes and ears, I'm nothing? Men, bring him here. Following the Empress Dowager's order, two old eunuchs with gloomy expressions dragged an old man covered in blood and dressed in court robes. Seeing that old man, the Emperor's entire body trembled. Only now did he realize how laughable his little tricks were in the eyes of this old Empress Dowager. All of his actions were under the control of the Empress Dowager. None of Zhao's affairs, big or small, could escape the Empress Dowager's eyes and ears. The only thing the Emperor could rejoice about was that the Empress Dowager wasn't a man, so she couldn't step out of the Vermilion Gate. Otherwise, who knew where the Empress Dowager would take the country of Zhao and the royal family? Emperor, what else do you have to say now? Behind the Vermilion door, the old Empress Dowager's confident voice could be heard. She seemed to have recovered from the impact of eunuch Zhang's death and immediately began a new plan. You're really a terrifying woman. 200 years ago, you manipulated Zhao Qianjun. 200 years later, you manipulated the entire imperial family. Empress Dowager, what are you trying to do? You've been plotting for 200 years. What do you want? The Emperor was no longer humble. For the first time, he straightened his back in front of the Empress Dowager and continued to ask, since you know that Yu has a rare special constitution, why did you agree to send her to the Holy Land? You old witch, what do you want to do to my daughter? Boom! A shocking murderous intent suddenly appeared on the Emperor's body. Sensing this murderous intent, the Empress Dowager, who was behind the Vermilion door, laughed. She laughed very happily. You don't have to worry about what I want to do. In short, everything I do is for the Zhao family. The only thing I can tell you is that the Taishan Holy Land won't last much longer. The sky above the Zhao family is about to change. Perhaps you're a good father, but you are really not a good emperor. A true emperor's heart is hard to fathom, and his might is unbridled. He would rather betray the world than let the world betray him. Today, I will teach you another lesson. Slash. Crack. Following the Empress Dowager's order, the Emperor could only watch helplessly as his most trusted minister, his former teacher, was executed right in front of him. It was just like how he had watched Zhao Yu's mother being executed by eunuch Zhang under the Empress Dowager's order. No one would have thought that the Empress Dowager had hidden so deeply and had so many experts by her side. After the death of eunuch Zhang, two more eunuchs, who were no weaker than eunuch Zhang, immediately appeared in front of the Empress Dowager and continued to control Zhao's court. How sad was it for an emperor to be reduced to such a state? The emperor's spirit collapsed at this moment. Like a walking corpse, he walked towards the outside. Finally, he asked, Empress Dowager, what do you plan to do with Yi Fei? The Empress Dowager's cold voice came from behind the Vermilion door. This person is insignificant. His emergence and rise can only be considered an accident. Soon, this accident will be completely erased. After staying in Wu Province for 3 consecutive days, Yi Fei finally decided to leave after settling family affairs. After all, he still had a mission, which was to go to the Seven Treasures Forest and obtain the 7-star flower. Although he no longer needed contribution points to improve the quality of his dantian, this was the first mission Yi Fei had accepted in the Holy Land. The contribution points were very generous, and Yi Fei did not want to give up. Therefore, he found Feng Xinyang, who was still dealing with the 3 major Wu province, and asked for her opinion. Yi Fei said, Feng Xinyang, I will give you a chance to choose. I can remove your heart, demon blood oath, and return your freedom, or you can continue to follow me and be my servant. After all, Feng Xinyang and the old estate master seem to be old friends. For the sake of the old estate master, Yi Fei would be embarrassed to continue ordering Feng Xinyang around like a servant. That would be a little awkward. Feng Xinyang shook her head and firmly said, No, I want to continue following master. Since I, Feng Xinyang, have promised to be your servant for 3 years, I will not go back on my words. You don't have to care too much about that old thing. Cough, cough. Hearing this, the old estate master almost choked on his own saliva. His old face was even more embarrassed. Yi Fei was also a little depressed. It seemed that these two people were not simple. All right, since you are willing, then it's up to you. I still have a mission to go to the 7 Treasures Forest. I don't need you to follow me. You can first settle down in Eastern Siwu Province, or do some other things you like to do. When you are free, you can come to the Holy Land to find me. Yi Fei understood that Feng Xinyang continued to follow him because she wanted to obtain the benefits promised by the Demon King. He did not object, but he looked at the old estate master with a strange gaze. The old estate master immediately became angry. He glared at Yi Fei and said, Stinking brat, what are you looking at? There are no flowers on this old man's face. Since Wu Province is fine now, this old man will go into seclusion and continue to break through. After saying this, the old estate master did not even dare to look at Feng Xinyang's eyes. He guiltily left and went into seclusion to continue his cultivation. This made Feng Xinyang's face filled with hidden bitterness. This also made the juniors like Yi Fei, Zhao Yu, and Bai Ling feel very awkward. They could only pretend that they did not understand and chose to ignore it. Knowing that Yi Fei was about to leave, Bai Ling walked up to Yi Fei and said, Yi Fei, I heard that the 7 Treasures Forest is not very peaceful recently. There were even elders from Wu Province who died there. You must be careful. Sister Bai Ling, don't worry. I will definitely be careful. By the way, with your current strength, you should be able to participate in the Holy Land assessment, right? Yi Fei asked. Bai Ling was already in the 7th stage Martial Master realm. Coupled with her enhanced black rank talent, she could definitely participate in the Holy Land's assessment. Bai Ling shook her head and said, I originally planned to participate in the Holy Land's assessment next year. However, now that Wu Province is in such a state, I have decided to stay in Wu Province for a few more years. I will only leave when there are new juniors who can take charge of things on their own. Yi Fei was stunned when he heard this. He had not expected that Bai Ling would choose to continue staying in Tianyan Wufu. However, since this was Bai Ling's choice, Yi Fei was very supportive. After all, the competition in the Holy Land was too fierce. If Bai Ling could join the Holy Land after reaching the Martial Ancestor Realm, it would undoubtedly be much better. Then, Yi Fei's gaze turned to Zhao Yu, who was standing silently at the side. Before he could speak, Zhao Yu spoke first. Yi Fei, let's meet at the intersect competition. At that time, I will definitely not be as weak as I am now. Seeing that Zhao Yu did not want to speak, Yi Fei could only nod his head. He walked over and spoke to the people from Family Yi for a while. Then he spread his golden rock wings and soared into the sky, preparing to head in the direction of the 7 Treasures Forest. Chapter 236. To meet a villain that his 7 Treasure Forest was a very famous place in Zhao City. After passing through the core area of the 100,000 Mountains, one would arrive at the 7 Treasure Forest. Of course, this was all information that Yi Fei had gathered when he accepted the mission. He didn't know much about the 7 Treasure Forest. In the beginning, Yi Fei thought that entering the 7 Treasure Forest would be very easy. But when he followed the route given by the mission and passed through the 100,000 Mountains, he realized how difficult the journey was. Not only were there a large number of demonic beasts attacking along the way, the most important thing was that the 100,000 Mountains was too big. It was still okay to pass through a small part of it. Yi Fei planned to reach 7 Treasures Forest within 10 days. In the end, It took him a total of 20 days before Yi Fei finally crossed the 100,000 mountains. Behind them was a huge primeval forest. There were also a large number of flying beasts in the sky. Yi Fei even saw a thunderbird hunting in the sky with a thunderous roar. There's actually a thunderbird here. Could it be that the old mansion master's thunderbird mount was captured here? However, with my golden rock wings, my flying speed will definitely be much faster than these lightning birds. Yi Fei looked at the lightning birds flying across the sky and shook his head slightly. Then, he noticed that there were large words engraved on the rock wall, not far away. It looked like a signboard. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fei realized that the Holy Land had set up a special encampment in the 7 treasure forests. There were outer sect elders stationed there all year round, and they took turns to guard the place. All the inner sect disciples who came to train could seek help from the Holy Land elders if they needed any help. As expected, after entering the inner sect, the treatment is indeed different. If I was still in the outer sect, it would be good enough if those elders did not bully the disciples. How could I possibly get any help? According to the route marked on the wall, Yi Fei decided to first go to the Holy Land's encampment to take a look. At the same time, he could also find out where the 7-star flower was in the 7 treasure forest. The task of picking the 7 stars flower might seem simple, but the reward is 20,000 contribution points. There must be some danger that I don't know about. Yi Fei secretly calculated. Soon, he arrived at a very majestic mountain peak. At the top of the mountain, he could vaguely see a palace-like building. Yi Fei knew that this was the Holy Land's encampment in the 7 treasure forest. There were also a few outer sect disciples outside the entrance in charge of guarding. When they saw Yi Fei walking over, they hurriedly bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, senior brother. May I know your name?" "Are you going to enter the 7 treasures forest?" "My name is Yi Fei. I'm here to complete a mission in 7 treasure forest." Yi Fei flashed his identity token and showed it to the 2 disciples. "So it's senior brother Yi. Please wait a moment. We'll ask the elder to come out." The 2 outer sect disciples had strange expressions on their faces. They quickly ran in and informed the elder who was stationed there. Yi Fei vaguely felt that the 2 disciples were looking at him strangely, but he didn't have time to think about it. The elder who was stationed inside the encampment had already come out with a smile. This was a round-faced fatty. He didn't look like an elder, but more like an accountant. He chuckled and cupped his hands towards Yi Fei. "So it's junior brother Yi. You want to enter the 7 treasures forest? What kind of mission do you want to do? Senior brother will definitely tell you everything I know. However, you need to pay a little contribution points." "What? I need contribution points to gather information?" Yi Fei's expression turned ugly. "I've already spent all my contribution points. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out to complete a mission." The fat elder didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, his smile became even gentler. He rubbed his hands and said, "It's fine if you don't have any contribution points. Who asked me to hit it off with you? How about this? If you have any good pills or treasures on you, I'll just give it to you as a token of appreciation." After he finished speaking, he deliberately emphasized the word token of appreciation. Yi Fei still couldn't react. This damn fatty was obviously asking for benefits from him. If that was the case, he should just bang his head against the wall and die. The so-called consultation fee was probably made up by this person. After all, when he came over, the instructions on the wall clearly stated that any inner sect disciple could come and seek help. It didn't say that he needed to pay extra. "I don't have any pills either." Yi Fei's tone was a little cold. He had truly seen the faces of these outer sect elders. This person was so fat, so he must have been asking for benefits from other disciples. Yi Fei really hated people like this. "Junior brother, you're really not a friend. You don't have any contribution points or pills. As your senior brother, I really can't help you. Then scram back to where you came from." The fat elder's attitude was also cold. Yi Fei's guess was right. When the fat elder was here, he often used the convenience of the disciples who came to ask for information to openly ask for benefits. As long as it was an ordinary inner sect disciple, no one could escape being taken advantage of by him. Now that he saw that Yi Fei actually dared to reject him, the fat elder simply flicked his sleeves and raised his head. Junior brother, don't blame your senior brother for not warning you. This 7 treasure forest is bigger than the 100,000 mountains. It's also very foggy inside. Without the map in my hands, even if you wander inside for a year, you might not be able to come out, let alone complete the mission. The fat elder looked at Yi Fei with a threatening tone. In the past, it wasn't that no inner sect disciple had rejected him. However, when he threatened them like this, no matter how unwilling they would swallow their anger in order to complete the mission faster. I don't believe this. Yi Fei didn't compromise. At this moment, he even turned around and left. He didn't believe that he couldn't complete the mission without the map. You ungrateful thing. Seeing that Yi Fei was so stubborn, the fat elder was very angry. He stared at Yi Fei's back, and a cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He said to himself coldly, "No wonder senior brother Ma wanted me to pay special attention to this Yi Fei. This person is really arrogant. Wait until you enter the 7 treasure forest. I'll see how you die." As he spoke, the fat elder took out a voice transmission talisman and whispered something. Then he looked at the 2 outer sect disciples beside him and said coldly, "What did you see and hear just now?" "Elder, we didn't see or hear anything. We've always been loyal to you," the 2 said hurriedly, their bodies still trembling. The fat elder nodded with satisfaction this time. He smiled and comforted them. "That's good. Remember, you must completely forget what happened today. Here, this is a first-grade Earth-class elixir. It wasn't easy for me to get it. Consider it a reward for your hard work." "Yes, thank you, Elder. We'll definitely do our best to serve Elder." The 2 outer sect disciples were overjoyed. They were sent here because they didn't do well in the outer sect. Usually, they only saw the fat elder wantonly plundering the ordinary inner sect disciples and ordering them around. Who would have thought that the fat elder would suddenly change and reward them with elixirs? Chapter 237. Blood Jade, Golden Lotus. No wonder that fat elder dared to openly ask for benefits here. It turns out that to ordinary inner disciples without a map, it is difficult to even take a single step in the 7 treasure forest. After leaving the encampment, Yi Fei immediately entered the 7 treasure forest. However, the 7 treasure forest was extremely strange. There seemed to be some kind of restriction. Once one entered, one would not be able to fly. One would not even be able to glide using true energy wings. Not only that, in the surrounding air, there would often be a huge fog, which would greatly affect one's line of sight. Visibility was very low. Unless one was powerful enough or had the ability to see through the fog, it was extremely easy for one to be ambushed by monstrous beasts if one were to enter the 7 treasure forest rashly. There are monstrous beasts in the 7 treasure forest as well. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful martial ancestor realm monstrous beasts. They were all gathered here. If one were to be slightly careless and encounter a monstrous beast in the fog, the result could be disastrous. Fortunately, Yi Fei had merged with the sacred master's consciousness. Although this consciousness did not give him the ability to see through the fog, it greatly increased his senses. Even if my vision is affected and I cannot fly, with my powerful senses, I do not have to worry about being ambushed by monstrous beasts. The only thing I need to worry about is, where should I go to find the 7-star flower? Yi Fei walked in the fog of the 7 treasure forest with a bitter smile on his face. When he accepted the mission hall's deacon had told him the shape of the 7-star flower. However, after wandering around the 7 treasure forest for half a day, he had discovered many different types of spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers. However, he still could not find the 7-star flower. During this period of time, Yi Fei had experienced a total of 3 battles. One was when he discovered the spiritual herbs, and the other was when he was attacked by the martial ancestor realm monstrous beasts guarding the spiritual herbs. Yi Fei did not bother with these monstrous beasts, nor did he have any intention of plucking the spiritual herbs. As his horizons had increased, he no longer had any interest in those low-grade spiritual herbs. Even though the worst spirit herbs in the 7 treasures forest were supreme-grade spirit herbs, with Yi Fei's current realm, Any spirit herbs that weren't earth grade would have a very limited effect on his strength. Originally, I had used the sky swallowing technique to kill eunuch Zhang, a half-step martial honor. My cultivation level should have risen to the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. However, for some unknown reason, my cultivation level did not break through. Instead, I was stuck at the peak of the 6th level and had reached a bottleneck. As Yi Fei walked around the 7-treasure forest in boredom, he thought about some of the problems with the Sky Extermination Sword. Clearly, even the Great Emperor's sword art was not perfect. For example, using the Devouring Sky style could indeed devour the vital energy of others and rapidly increase one's strength. However, the Sky Swallowing style also had a very obvious flaw. Due to the different cultivation methods that each person cultivated, the Sky Swallowing style would devour different quintessential essence attributes. On the whole, Yi Fei had obtained a large amount of true essence and had broken through in an instant. However, the conflict of different true essence attributes had also increased the difficulty of his next breakthrough. Intuitively, Yi Fei also felt that this might be the reason why he had not broken through to the next level after killing eunuch Zhang. It seems that after this mission is completed, I will have to return to the sacred land and cultivate bitterly for a period of time. I will strive to purify the impure, quintessential essence in my body as soon as possible. Yi Fei thought to himself. At that moment, 3 days had passed. Even Yi Fei did not know how far he had traveled into the 7-treasure forest. If not for his strong perception, Yi Fei might have already started to lose his way in the surrounding fog. This 7-treasure forest is indeed strange and tense. It is not without reason that the sacred land would specially set up an encampment here. However, as inner disciples, we are not qualified to know the reason. Roar! A bestial roar interrupted Yi Fei's thoughts. Yi Fei's mind was shaken. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from this vigorous roar. Needless to say, the demonic beast in the vicinity was definitely extremely powerful. Usually, where such a powerful demonic beast appeared, there would be extremely precious spirit herbs or treasures. It would be great if this treasure was a 7-star flower. Yi Fei's eyes turned red when he thought of the 7-star flower. He had not even seen the shadow of a 7-star flower for 3 whole days. This time, he would not make a wasted trip. With this mentality, Yi Fei hurriedly rushed to the place where the roar had come from. It was a messy stone forest. There was not a single blade of grass growing around the stone forest. Strangely, there was a blood-red flower swaying on top of a large green rock. That is not a 7-star flower, but a blood jade golden lotus. Yi Fei recognized the spirit herb growing on the rock at a glance. It was actually an extremely precious blood jade golden lotus. Previously, when he was in a mission hall, he had seen an intersect elder who had pointed out that he needed such a spirit herb and had offered 8,000 contribution points. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei had actually encountered one here. Then Yi Fei widened his eyes and looked at the demonic beast beside the blood jade golden lotus. It was a ghost-faced venomous spider at the martial ancestor realm 10th realm. Its entire body was extremely poisonous, and there were 18 pairs of scarlet eyes on its ghostly face. One look was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The roar just now did not come from the ghost-faced venomous spider. It came from snow leopard with wings. It should be the demonic beast guarding the blood jade golden lotus. However, for some reason, it had encountered the ghost-faced venomous spider and had been poisoned to death by the ghost-faced venomous spider. After killing the demonic beast guarding the blood jade golden lotus, the ghost-faced venomous spider let out a sinister laugh. Its 8 spear-like legs quickly crawled towards the blood jade golden lotus, and it could not wait to devour it. Damn, that is the blood jade golden lotus. A total of 8,000 contribution points. How can I let you devour it? It's such a waste. I should be the one devouring it. Yi Fei could not stand it any longer and immediately decided to avenge the snow leopard. With a swoosh, Yi Fei jumped out from his hiding place before the ghost-faced venomous spider could devour the spirit herb. He had already grabbed the blood jade golden lotus by its roots and put it into his arms. He was a classic example of a thief who was even more of a robber than the ghost-faced venomous spider. Hiss! The ghost-faced venomous spider was instantly enraged. It had not expected that there would be a human who was even more shameless than it, who dared to snatch its food from its mouth. All 18 eyes flickered with a cruel and fierce light. A spider web with stinky mucus instantly enveloped Yifei. Of course, Yifei would not let such a disgusting thing stick to his body. Hellfire Sword. The raging hellfire appeared on the spirit-devouring sword and instantly burned the spider web in front of it into ashes. The sword light whistled and pierced the demonic beast's body again. Yifei knew that to deal with a venomous and cruel demonic beast like the ghost-faced venomous spider, he had to strike first and gain the upper hand. He could not let it catch its breath. Otherwise, its venom alone would be a very troublesome matter. Clang! The spirit-devouring sword successfully pierced the ghost-faced venomous spider's face. At this moment, it suddenly made a move. It opened its mouth full of saw teeth and suddenly swallowed the spirit-devouring sword into its mouth. It even made a crunching sound as it gnawed hard. If not for the fact that the spirit-devouring sword was a low-grade magical weapon. If it were an ordinary magical weapon, it would definitely be bitten into iron slag by these sharp teeth. This ghost-faced venomous spider has such a strong defense. It even dares to bite the spirit-devouring sword. Chapter 238. Chapter 238 Intersect number 10-inch Hellfire. Burn for me. Let's see if your teeth are harder or if my flames are stronger. Sensing that the ghost-faced venomous spider's defense was actually very strong, Yifei immediately changed his strategy. Raging flames started to burn on the devouring spirit sword. Puff! The ghost-faced venomous spider was a martial ancestor realm 10th stage demonic beast after all. When it realized that the flames were burning, it actually moved at its fastest speed. He spat out the spirit-devouring sword along with a mouthful of green, poisonous fog. If the poisonous fog were to hit the body, even a martial ancestor realm expert would rot to death. At the same time, the ghost-faced poisonous spider was one of the demonic beasts that martial ancestor realm experts were most unwilling to provoke. Not only was the ghost-faced venomous spider extremely poisonous, but it was also very cunning and sinister. For example, the devouring spiritual sword that it had bitten earlier was just a cover. It wanted to take advantage of Yifei's inattention to spit out a mouthful of venom. What a treacherous demonic beast. Unfortunately, this bit of venom is nothing to me. Heavenly divine fire. Yifei didn't dodge. Flames started to burn on his body. Although the ghost-faced venomous spider's venom was ferocious, it was also afraid of fire. Under the influence of the divine fire from beyond the heavens, the ball of venom instantly evaporated. Kakik! Suddenly, a burst of sinister laughter entered Yifei's ears. Even though the venom it spat out was quickly evaporated by the outer heaven divine flame, it still blocked Yifei's vision for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, the ghost-faced venomous spider suddenly stood up like a human. It only used its 2 thick hind legs to stand. Its remaining 6 legs whistled through the air like sharp spears as it frantically stabbed at Yifei's body. Clang! 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 The ghost-faced venomous spider's long legs did not pierce through Yifei's body. Instead, it produced a metallic scraping sound. Yifei's forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. He was secretly glad that his senses were strong. Even though his vision was blocked, he still activated the battle demon golden body at his fastest speed when he sensed danger. Even though a 10th level martial ancestor realm demonic beast was generally much more powerful than a 10th level martial ancestor realm human expert, the sneak attack of the ghost-faced venomous spider did not achieve the expected effect in front of the powerful Devil Emperor scripture. Puff! Realizing that it couldn't kill Yifei, the ghost-faced venomous spider didn't give up. Its 6 long legs continued to attack Yifei's body. Not only did Yifei's clothes become tattered, It also continuously spat out large mouthfuls of venom at Yi Fei in an attempt to corrode Yi Fei's body. Kill. After witnessing how cunning the ghost-faced venomous spider was, Yi Fei would not give it another chance to launch a sneak attack. He unleashed 30% of his sword intent. With a loud whistling sound, the devouring spirit soared fiercely, pierced forward. Boom! Boom! The 3 balls of venom spat out by the ghost-faced venomous spider were all shattered by the sword chi. In front of the powerful sword will, the ghost-faced venomous spider's head was instantly pierced through by the devouring soul sword. Green blood sprayed all over the ground. Yi Fei also quickly retreated to avoid being stained by the venomous blood. Looking at the corpse of the ghost-faced venomous spider, his eyes were filled with obvious doubt. Yi Fei hadn't noticed it during the battle, but now he saw that in addition to the wound on the ghost-faced venomous spider's head, there was also a deep wound on its abdomen. It was also this wound that affected the ghost-faced venomous spider's movements, allowing Yi Fei to kill this demonic beast so easily. So that's how it is. This ghost-faced venomous spider was injured before, so it snatched this blood jade golden lotus to treat its injuries. Oh no, could there be someone else here besides me? Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Before he could hide the blood jade golden lotus, he heard rapid footsteps outside the stone forest. 2 figures rushed over quickly. Judging from their clothes, they were both inner disciples of the Taishan Holy Land. One of them carried a spear, while the other carried an arrow on his back. Their imposing manner made Yi Fei feel a little breathless. These 2 people had definitely reached the martial arts grandmaster realm 10th realm, and they were not ordinary martial arts grandmasters. Yi Fei had seen martial arts grandmaster realm 10th realm experts before, and he had even killed 2 of them. However, regardless of whether it was the Taishan province governor or the Beiwa province governor, their auras were not as dangerous and frightening as these 2 people. They must be the true geniuses of the inner sect. Yi Fei secretly raised his guard. His guess was also completely correct. The 2 people who had appeared were Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, who were ranked 9th and 10th in the inner sect, respectively. The 2 of them had a very good relationship and had always been together. Every time they went on an adventure, they would basically be together. The ghost-faced venomous spider that Yi Fei had killed had also been severely injured by them. It had fled all the way here, intending to use the blood jade golden lotus to heal its injuries. However, it had unfortunately encountered Yi Fei and died. Junior brother, did you kill this ghost-faced venomous spider? Yang Xiao, who had an arrow on his back, walked over. When he saw the dead ghost-faced venomous spider and realized that Yi Fei's strength was only at the martial arts grandmaster realm 6th realm, he was extremely shocked. Lin Sen's entire body was emitting a cold aura. He sized up Yi Fei and then took a closer look at the ghost-faced venomous spider's injuries. He was a little moved as he said, "You used the Hellfire sword?" The ghost-faced venomous spider is most afraid of fire. It was already severely injured by us, and it also fought with the demonic beast guarding the blood jade golden lotus. If you were to attack again, you might be able to kill it. What? The blood jade golden lotus? This is a good item worth 8,000 contribution points. Junior brother, you are in luck. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yang Xiao, and this is Lin Senator. We are ranked 9th and 10th in the inner sect. After saying this, Yang Xiao lifted his head and displayed the demeanor of an expert. He was waiting for Yi Fei to show an expression of surprise or admiration. If he could give the blood jade golden lotus to them, that would be even better. "Oh, greetings, senior brothers." Yi Fei responded with an "oh." Following that, his face was expressionless. He did not look like he wanted the blood jade golden lotus. This immediately made Yang Xiao feel a little discouraged. He was speechless as he continued to ask, "Junior brother, what is your name?" "Yi Fei." "Yi Fei. I have never heard of you. Could it be that you recently joined the inner sect?" Yang Xiao's expression was a little strange. "Senior brothers, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave." The 2 people in front of him had a very dangerous aura. Yifei did not want to say too much to avoid any conflict. Wait, you can't leave. Lin's son, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Yifei stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Lin's son. Why can't I leave? I did not know beforehand that the ghost-faced venomous spider was yours. Lin Sen's expression turned even colder when he heard this. He pointed coldly at Yifei and said, It's not because of this. It's because your strength is not qualified to enter this place. Only the top 100 disciples can enter the depths of the 7 treasure forests to train. If your ranking is not up to par, you are not qualified to enter. Is that so? What if I insist on entering? Then you are courting death. Faced with Lin Sen's cold words, Yifei's heart skipped a beat. A flame of anger appeared in his heart. He was only here to complete a mission. What right did Lin's son have to say such things? Chapter 239. Force Team Upus if he understood what Yifei was worried about. Lin Sen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of attacking weaklings. Lin Sen's words meant that if Yifei was as strong as him, he would definitely try to snatch the Bloodjade Golden Lotus. Yifei was instantly enraged. Lin Sen's words were simply too infuriating. What did he mean by weaklings? Even though Lin Sen's aura was very strong, Yifei would definitely not be afraid if they really fought. Lin's son, can you not open your mouth? Every time you open your mouth, it's easy to provoke hatred for us. Yang Xiao gloomily stood in front of Lin's son, then smiled embarrassedly at Yifei. Junior brother Yi, don't misunderstand. Lin's son is just a little straightforward, but his words are for your own good. You definitely didn't bribe that damn fatty at the encampment and got tricked by him. Here, this is the map to get out of here. Take it and get out quickly before you lose your life. Yang Xiao tossed a map to Yifei. Yifei caught it and took a look. It was a topographic map of the 7 treasure forest. Yifei's eyes lit up. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to have misunderstood these two. Hence, he scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Senior brothers, there was a misunderstanding just now. However, I accepted a mission that requires me to enter the depths of the 7 treasure forest to find the 7-star flower. What? You want to find the 7-star flower? Yang Xiao was very surprised. You overestimate yourself. Lin Sen's lips curled up again, as if he was mocking him. This made Yifei a little angry. Yifei cupped his hands slightly and turned to say, Senior brothers, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Sensing Lin Sen's cold attitude, Yifei didn't want to say too much. Finding the 7-star flower was more important. Wait a moment. Junior brother, are you looking for the 7-star flower? What coincidence. I am also looking for the 7-star flower. I need someone to run errands for me. Since that's the case, you can stay behind and run errands for me. Suddenly, another person rushed into the stone forest. He even ignored Lin's son and Yang Xiao and directly ordered Yifei to be his sidekick and do odd jobs for him. Yifei was fuming. He felt that he had been down on his luck recently. He had not met any of these geniuses for an entire month in the inner sect. But in the end, he had only been in the 7 treasure forests for a single day, and these geniuses had appeared one after another. Could what Lin's son said be true? Is the 7 treasure forest a place for inner sect geniuses to train? Yifei thought to himself. However, his footsteps did not stop. He didn't have the habit of doing odd jobs for others. Since this person didn't respect him, he didn't need to respect such an arrogant person. How dare you? I, your senior brother, am talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Stop right there. That person quickly appeared in the stone forest and blocked Yifei's path rudely. Yifei looked up at this person. He had high cheekbones, thin lips, and a face full of women's makeup. He had a haughty look on his face. 3 years ago, when Yifei was at the family Yi, he had seen many people like this. They were all bullies who liked to bully others. Yifei couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He walked around this person and was about to walk out of the stone forest. This kind of attitude immediately angered this person. Yang Xiao also looked at that person in surprise. It's Huang Shu. Why is he also in the 7 treasure forest? However, this person is a little narrow-minded. Junior brother, you will probably suffer for ignoring Huang Shu. He's asking for it. Lin's son, who was beside him, shook his head and made another judgment on Yi Fei. At this time, Huang Shu discovered that Lin's son and Yang Xiao hadn't left yet. It was as if they wanted to watch the show. As for Yi Fei, a new disciple, he actually dared to ignore him in front of others. Huang Shu's face flashed with a cold light. He once again blocked Yi Fei's path. "How dare you ignore me, the seventh senior brother of the inner sect?" Huang Shu quickly stood in front of Yi Fei. Harboring malicious intentions, he suddenly released the aura of a 10th-stage martial ancestor. If it were an ordinary 6th-layer martial ancestor realm disciple, even if they were not injured by Huang Shu's aura, they would have no choice but to kneel on the ground. However, Yi Fei's body did not move at all. He even had a strange expression on his face as he looked at Huang Shu and asked, "You're the 7th inner disciple?" "That's right. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, quickly kneel down and apologize to me. Seeing that you're a piece of trash, I, as your senior brother, will not lower myself to your level." Huang Shu's face was filled with arrogance. He thought that Yi Fei had been frightened by his aura. The only reason why Yi Fei did not kneel down was because he was clenching his teeth and bitterly holding on. Hearing these words, Yi Fei's anger was instantly ignited. He suddenly pointed at Huang Shu and scolded, "Who do you think you are? Is it fun to bully others? A good dog does not block the road. Have you heard of the saying, a good dog does not block the road?" So what if Yi Fei was the 7th inner disciple? In Yi Fei's eyes, Huang Shu's aura was not even half as dangerous as Lin Sen's and Yang Zhao's aura. Such an evil person could actually be ranked 7th in the inner sect. It seemed like the ranking of the inner sect was not that great. Yi Fei's words gave Lin's son and Yang Xiao a fright. Yang Xiao said in shock, "This new disciple has guts. This is the first time I've seen Huang Shu being scolded like this." The corner of Lin Sen's mouth seemed to twitch. "You impudent dog. Today, I'll teach you how to speak to your senior brother." Huang Shu was so angry that his eyes were emitting flames. Without thinking, he waved his hand and was about to slap Yi Fei's face. Yi Fei's face turned cold. He was about to retaliate. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him. It was Lin's senator. He instantly appeared and grabbed Huang Shu's hand. "You've gone too far. Lin's son, how dare you provoke me? Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" Huang Shu did not expect Lin's son to make a move. He was slightly surprised. Lin's son seemed to be afraid of something. When he heard Huang Shu's words, he immediately let go of Huang Shu's hand. This made Huang Shu even more fearless. When Yang Xiao saw the conflict between Lin's son and Huang Shu, he smiled bitterly and went forward to mediate. "Huang Shu, since this junior brother is unwilling, why are you forcing him? There are many disciples training in the periphery of the 7 treasure forest. There will definitely be people willing to run errands for you. No, the 7-star flower only blooms once every 100 years. It will only bloom for 2 hours before it wilts. By the time I go out and find someone, the 7-star flower will be gone. If he doesn't want to run errands for me, are the 2 of you willing to?" Huang Shu said rudely. Lin's son and Yang Xiao were furious. They were experts in the top 10 of the inner sect. How could they be Huang Shu's lackeys and run errands for him? That would be an insult. However, the 2 of them were afraid of something and did not directly confront Huang Shu. "What? The 7-star flower is so strange. It only blooms for 2 hours. If I miss it, won't I fail my mission?" Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly changed his mind. Although he didn't like Huang Shu, he was the only one who knew the exact location of the 7-star flower. Thus, Yi Fei changed his mind. "All right, I can go with you to find the 7-star flower. However, we will be working together, not running errands." "Working together? You are just a piece of trash in the 6th-stage martial ancestor realm. What do you have to talk about working together with me? I am letting you run errands because I think highly of you." Huang Shu mocked him mercilessly. "If he doesn't have a right, the 2 of us do." Yang Xiao suddenly walked forward and winked at Yi Fei. Chapter 240. Chapter 240 Ancient Devil Bug. Seeing that Lin Sun and Yang Xiao also wanted to join the team to search for the seven-star flower, Huang Shu was furious. He sternly stared at Yang Xiao and said, Yang Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Isn't your mission to hunt the ghost-face venom spiders? Why are you interfering with my business? No comment. Lin Sen's words were always so irritating. If Yi Fei hadn't seen Lin Sen's attack just now and understood that this person didn't have any ill intentions, he would have misunderstood Lin's Senator Huang Shu was even angrier. However, Lin Sun and Yang Xiao were determined to go, and he couldn't stop them. Huang Shu could only hold back his anger and say, Very well, you can go, but you can't take the seven-star flower. If you don't want to take it, then don't take it. It just so happens that we are very interested in the ancient demonic insects there. Who knows, we might even encounter the ghost-face venomous spiders there. Yang Xiao chuckled and did not argue with Huang Shu. This time, Huang Shu didn't even have an excuse to stop them. The two of them had already expressed that they didn't want the seven-star flower. What else could he do? Huang Shu decided to vent his anger on Yi Fei. He pointed at Yi Fei and ordered, You, go to the front and scout for us. Huang Shu, what do you mean by that? The deeper regions of the Seven Treasure Woods are filled with 10th-layer martial ancestor realm beasts. Yi Fei's cultivation is so low. What if he's in danger when you ask him to scout ahead? Yang Xiao said unhappily. She then turned to Yi Fei and whispered, Yi Fei, you are the weakest here. You won't be able to help even if you go up. Just hide behind us. Yi Fei's face darkened. I'm weak. I don't dare to say anything else, but against Huang Xie, the so-called 7th-ranked inner sect disciple, Yi Fei was still very confident. In the end, in the eyes of Yang Xiao and Lin Sun, he actually became a complete weakling, and the weak needed protection. They didn't even give him a chance to explain himself. Yi Fei was already depressed to discover that he had been pushed aside by the two of them. The one in charge of scouting ahead was Lin's senator. His face was cold as he carried a very heavy spear and walked in front. Huang Shu's face was dark as he walked in the second place. He was in charge of the side defense. Yang Xiao and Yi Fei were at the back of the group. Yang Xiao held a green wooden bow in her hand. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to penetrate the surrounding fog. At this time, Yi Fei really couldn't understand these two people. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao's actions clearly meant to protect him. But Yi Fei was sure that he didn't know these two people at all. Seeing that Yang Xiao was easy to talk to, Yi Fei kept talking to Yang Xiao on the way. Senior brother Yang, you seem to be protecting me. Why? Yi Fei asked. Yang Xiao did not answer. Instead, he revealed a look of reminiscence. 3 years ago, Lin Sun and I had just joined the inner sect. In the end, we accidentally offended someone and were sent to the Seven Treasures Forest to die. In the end, we met Jing Wushou, who beat us up and threw us back to the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei broke out in a cold sweat. Jing Wushou beat you up, and you're still helping me? Could it be that these two people were here to be more of a hindrance? With these inner sect experts scouting ahead, Yi Fei's journey in the Seven Treasures Forest finally became smoother. Soon, he arrived in front of a very large valley. The sky above the valley was similarly filled with thick fog, and within the fog, one could vaguely see the light of the stars. Huang Shu's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the starlight. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao exchanged glances. Their eyes were also filled with surprise. There's actually a seven-star flower here, and we even encountered it. Why? Is it very difficult to find a seven-star flower? Yi Fei was a little puzzled. He had seen Huang Shu accurately find this place. Huang Shu looked at Yi Fei with extreme disdain and said coldly, What nonsense are you spouting? You can't scout ahead, but you can pick a seven-star flower, right? Go in immediately and pick the seven-star flower. You're crazy. If you want to go in yourself, Yi Fei said coldly. At this moment, he could faintly sense that the task of picking the seven-star flower was definitely not that simple. Yang Xiao hurriedly tried to smooth things over. We're all from the same sacred ground, so there's no need to hurt our friendship. Furthermore, when a seven-star flower appears, there will definitely be a gathering of demon insects. Even if these demon insects are not of a high level, we still have to be careful. Huang Shu sarcastically said to Yi Fei, "They're just some ancient demon insects of the second or third martial ancestor realm. Even if there are many of them, it's nothing to worry about. If he can't even deal with these ancient demon insects, what right does he have to obtain the 7-star flower? Let's go." Yi Fei stepped forward and said. He knew that Huang Shu was deliberately trying to provoke him. However, what Huang Shu said made sense. If he did nothing and just stood back and watched, it would indeed be a little unreasonable. "You'll be courting death if you go in." Lin Sen glanced at Yi Fei with a mocking smile. Yi Fei's face turned black. Yang Xiao also smiled bitterly and continued to smooth things over. "Junior brother, don't misunderstand. He's just too straightforward. Do you understand how straightforward he is? How about this? Everyone will go in together. You can still follow behind us." With that, Yang Xiao was the first to enter the valley. Lin Sun hurriedly followed behind. Huang Shu glared at Yi Fei as if he was looking at a dead man. He also walked into the valley unhappily. Yi Fei completely ignored Huang Shu's stare and walked in leisurely. He also felt that it would be good to let the two experts, Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, take the lead. After all, this was his first time coming to a dangerous place like the 7 Treasure Forest. It would be easier to complete the task with experienced people leading the way. In the end, Yi Fei also walked into the valley. The moment he entered, a very pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose. What a fragrant smell! There's also an ethereal smell. This is the fragrance of a ripe 7-star flower. It's also the easiest to attract ancient demon insects to gather here. I hope that the ancient demon insects gathered here won't be too powerful, Yang Xiao explained to Yi Fei as she lagged behind. They're here. Lin Sen's aura changed. His long spear turned into a long dragon and pierced forward. Boom! The fog in the entire valley disappeared under this spear attack. The sky emitted a faint light. Yi Fei could finally see the full appearance of this valley. How is this a valley? It was clearly a huge beehive. The tragedy was that the 4 of them had stepped into it. Yi Fei was covered in cold sweat when he saw this. Lin Sun and Yang Zhao's expressions were not any better. When they sensed the intruders, the beehive instantly exploded. Buzz! The loud buzzing sound reverberated through the area within 100 miles. The demonic beasts that were hiding nearby were so frightened that they all ran away as fast as they could, trying to escape from this place. How could this be? There are actually so many ancient demon bees here. Even a half-step martial saint would die here. Huang Shu, you actually didn't tell us. Yang Xiao roared angrily. Retreat. There's still time. Lin Sen's expression was extremely grave. It's already too late. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Fei's face. Behind him, there were already hundreds of ancient demon bees the size of hounds surrounding them. Strange. Where's Huang Shu? Why did he disappear? Suddenly, Yang Xiao realized something. Originally, 4 people had entered, but now, only the 3 of them were left. Chapter 241. 7-star flower. It's an invisibility charm. Lin Sen's words were filled with anger. Suddenly, a murderous aura and coldness appeared on the tip of his spear. It swept across the surroundings, trying to deter the ancient devil bees from approaching. What? As the noise from the ancient devil bees was too loud, Yi Fei did not hear Lin Sen's words clearly. However, it was a fact that Huang Shu had disappeared. Yang Xiao could only laugh bitterly and explain to Yi Fei loudly, in every inner disciple competition, we will receive generous rewards. Last time, Huang Shu was ranked 7th. He received an invisibility charm from a powerful pro-disciple. A concealment talisman? That means this Huang Shu deliberately planned this out. He wanted us to come here and help him attract the attention of these ancient devil bees, so that he could conceal himself and steal the 7-star flower? After Yang Zhao's explanation, Yi Fei finally realized how despicable this Huang Shu was. If it were not for Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, but an ordinary inner disciple who was called over by Huang Shu to be bait, they would probably be dead by the time they encountered the ancient devil bees. Over there. Boom. The silent Lin Sun seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly stabbed towards the empty space in the distance. A huge spear shadow pierced a deep hole in the ground. Even the surrounding ancient devil bees were affected and were torn apart. However, this was not what Yi Fei was concerned about. What he was really concerned about was the translucent light shield that suddenly appeared near the shattered corpses of the ancient devil bees. Huang Shu stood inside the light shield, extremely angry. Shock flashed across his eyes as he shouted at Lin Sun. Lin Sun, you actually want to break my invisibility charm. Yang Xiao raised his bow and suddenly shot an arrow at Huang Shu. The huge arrow light was like a rainbow. It pierced through the bodies of countless ancient devil bees and landed heavily on the ground where Huang Shu appeared. The hole that Lin Sun had pierced was blown into a huge gully. Affected by the arrow chi, the invisibility talisman on Huang Shu's body started to crack. Huang Shu hurriedly put away the invisibility talisman. However, after this period of delay, Huang Shu had completely rushed through this huge valley-shaped beehive and rushed towards the real valley inside. And in the valley, there was a star-like flower slowly blooming, emitting astonishing spiritual qi fluctuations. Ha! Yang Xiao, Lin Sun, even if the two of you have broken my invisibility charm, the 7-star flower here is mine. If the two of you don't want to die, it's best that you abandon the trash beside you. It's still not too late to escape now. Huang Shu's complacent and malicious voice sounded from afar. It was bad enough that he had used despicable methods to frame everyone. But at this time, he was trying to instigate Lin Sun and Yang Xiao to abandon Yi Fei and escape on their own. A cold glint flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. Then, he looked at Yang Xiao beside him and said, Senior brothers, the two of you can escape. Don't worry about me. Although there were many ancient devil bees in front of them, Yi Fei wasn't particularly afraid. He had the Devil Emperor's scripture and the Emperor's sword technique. Huang Shu's actions had thoroughly infuriated Yi Fei. He decided that after Lin Sun and Yang Xiao left, he would unleash all his strength and settle the score with Huang Shu. When Yang Xiao heard this, he was instantly enraged. He shouted at Yi Fei, Yi Fei, do you think we are that kind of people? Huang Shu dared to set us up like this. We will definitely take revenge on him. Weaklings don't have the right to stay. Lin Sun also turned to glare at Yi Fei. His words were still as infuriating. This time, Yi Fei didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled happily. A friend in need was a friend indeed. Lin Sun's and Yang Xiao's actions had undoubtedly won his approval. They were people he could truly be friends with. Since they were friends, there was no need to hide anything from them. Although he was very upset that Huang Shu had tricked him, Huang Shu's trick was as laughable as a clown's in Yi Fei's eyes. Yi Fei also clearly felt the huge benefits of the increase in his strength. At the moment, Yi Fei felt a strong sense of confidence. Huang Shu could only use his little tricks to sneak past the ancient devil bees and steal the 7-star flower. Yi Fei, on the other hand, advocated using his absolute strength to crush the ancient devil bees and snatch the 7-star flower by force. Senior brother Lin, senior brother Yang, move aside. Let me go to the front. Yi Fei finally decided to make a move when he saw the countless ancient devil bees rushing over. He even walked past Lin Sun and Yang Xiao to stand at the front. Lin Sun's face revealed a hint of surprise, while Yang Xiao wondered if Yi Fei had gone crazy. Junior brother Yi, come back quickly. These ancient devil bees are all rank 8 or 9 martial ancestor realm demonic beasts. If you stand behind us, the three of us can still retreat together. If we are surrounded, even a half-step martial honorable would be done for. Yang Zhao's face was filled with anxiety. Ha! Senior brothers, don't worry. It's just a group of ancient devil bees. Watch how I break through. Yi Fei laughed. He didn't retreat, but took big steps forward. If it weren't for the thousands of terrifying ancient devil bees surrounding the three of them, everyone would have thought that Yi Fei was here for a tour. He was walking too leisurely. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao were instantly speechless. The surrounding ancient devil bees were all infuriated by Yi Fei's arrogant attitude. Buzz, one of the ancient devil bees, which was bigger than a leopard, stared at Yi Fei. It was obviously the leader of the ancient devil bees, and it flapped its huge wings. The moment Yi Fei broke away from the group, the shiny bee needle pierced toward Yi Fei's body at lightning speed. Yi Fei roared in a deep voice. He activated the Devil's Sutra and used both his hands to grab the bee needle of the ancient devil bee. Then, he exerted force in his arms. Crack! The sharp bee needle was broken by Yi Fei's bare hands. After losing the bee needle, the ancient devil bee leader lost its vitality quickly and died instantly. Junior brother Yi. When Yang Xiao saw this scene, her mouth was wide open. She rubbed her eyes hard and suspected that she was seeing things. Lin Sen's face stiffened and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. One had to know that the hardest part of the ancient devil bee was its stinger. Its hardness was comparable to a top-grade profound artifact. At this moment, Yi Fei was able to break a top-grade profound artifact with his bare hands. This was too violent. It seems that we have underestimated Junior Brother Yi. With his strength and the two of us, we might be able to break through. Buzz. Before Yang Xiao could finish her sentence, the surrounding ancient devil bees went into a frenzy when they saw their leader die. More than 100 ancient devil bees charged toward Yi Fei furiously. Their huge bee stingers spun in the air and formed beautiful and deadly trajectories as they stabbed Yi Fei's vital points. Junior brother Yi, be careful. Yang Xiao and Lin Sun did not dare to continue watching. Just as they were about to help, Yi Fei suddenly did something extremely barbaric in their eyes. Boom! Yi Fei took a step forward, and his body suddenly emitted an intense golden light. The battle demon golden body was fully activated. At this moment, Yi Fei was like a battle demon from ancient times. He ignored all attacks and obstacles as he strode forward. Chapter 242. Snatch It Couldn't Be Helped. Yi Fei's second layer of War Devil Golden Body's defense was too strong. It was impossible to break through Yi Fei's defense in a short time unless it was someone with heaven-defying battle strength or some special means. Therefore, Yi Fei wasn't worried about the number of ancient devil bees around him. To a certain extent, the War Demon Golden Body was also a special physique. However, it wasn't a natural physique. It was cultivated and represented the pinnacle of physique refining. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient devil bees were also intelligent. Although they weren't very intelligent, they were still enraged when they saw a human ignoring their attacks and walking into the hive. The ancient devil bees were enraged. They flapped their huge wings and created a sharp gale. Since the 100 ancient devil bees couldn't kill Yi Fei, they immediately increased the number to 200. If 200 wasn't enough, they would add another 200. In the end, Lin Sun and Yang Xiao could no longer see Yi Fei's figure. They only saw a huge ball of ancient devil bees surrounding Yi Fei. This junior brother Yi is definitely not human. Yang Xiao was speechless when he saw that Yi Fei didn't die under such an attack and continued to move forward with a large group of ancient devil bees. Lin Sun also took a deep breath and nodded. His defense is indeed abnormal. Unfortunately, he won't be able to hold on for long. Let's take action. Boom! Lin Sun was incomparably straightforward. His entire body had already released a strong spear intent. With a sweep of his spear intent, the densely packed ancient devil bees were all swept into pieces. Then, there was a shocking flash of light with electric arcs that bloomed in the air. The remaining ancient devil bees were all electrocuted and fell to the ground. Lin Sun, it seems like junior brother Yi is going to snatch the 7-star flower. Let's not get involved. We can also gain something by killing these ancient devil bees. Yang Xiao kept his bow and said, All right. Lin Sun didn't say much. Suddenly, he roared and the spear in his hand trembled rapidly. A dense spear flower burst out like a rainstorm. The ancient devil bees' bodies instantly exploded, and the ground looked like it was raining blood. Due to Yi Fei's shocking actions, he attracted the hatred of a large group of demon bees. The remaining demon bees couldn't stop Lin Sun and Yang Xiao at all. Instead, they were slaughtered by them, and their numbers decreased rapidly. At this moment, Yi Fei finally endured the desperate attacks of several hundred devil bees. He charged through the huge beehive that was shaped like a valley and entered the real valley. Even though these ancient demon wasps were guarding the seven-star flower, they did not dare to approach the seven-star flower. They could only absorb the spiritual energy from the seven-star flower from a distance. Therefore, even though the demon wasp gate was furious that they had not been able to stab the detestable human to death, they still flew back in circles and vented their anger on Lin Sun and Yang Xiao. I hope they can hold on, but even if they can't, with the strength of the two senior brothers, if they want to leave, a swarm of devil bees won't be able to stop them. Yi Fei panted heavily. His actions just now seemed extremely brave, but Yi Fei knew that he had to suffer. In order to keep the war demon golden body from shattering, he could only frantically consume the quintessential origin chi in his body. In just a few dozen breaths, Yi Fei's quintessential origin chi had been depleted. If he were to charge through now, Yi Fei reckoned that he would be turned into a beehive by the ancient demon bees in an instant. Fortunately, I still have a large number of spirit crystals with me. I can replenish my quintessential origin chi at any time. Yi Fei did not dare delay. When he rushed in, he quickly opened his space bag and took out a few dozen spirit crystals. He quickly absorbed them as he flew towards the depths of the valley, where the fragrance was the strongest. He knew that the seven-star flower was definitely there. However, the seven-star flower had not fully bloomed yet, so Huang Shu did not dare rashly pick it. He could only wait patiently there, as if he was still using his quintessential origin chi to accelerate the ripening of the seven-star flower. When Huang Shu saw Yi Fei enter, he was shocked. You actually didn't die? You even managed to break through the encirclement of the ancient demon bees? Then, he thought of something and laughed self-righteously. Ha ha! Did you take advantage of the time when Lin Sun and Yang Xiao were fighting to sneak in? If that's the case, you are really an idiot. Did you think that you could snatch the seven-star flower from me just because you rushed in? If you're done, then scram to the side. I won't kill you on account of the fact that we are from the same sect. Huang Shu had actually used them as bait. Given Yi Fei's character, he definitely wouldn't let such a despicable person off. However, the sacred ground had strict rules. Inner sect disciples could fight amongst themselves, but killing one another was strictly prohibited. Violators would have their cultivation base crippled and be expelled. Yi Fei held back his anger. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Huang Shu as he strode over to pick the seven-star flower. This scene instantly caused Huang Shu's face to be filled with rage. He was an expert ranked 7th among the inner sect disciples. Not only did Yi Fei ignore him, he even dared to ask him to scram to the side. How dare he be more arrogant than him? Huang Shu, who couldn't tolerate it, immediately went berserk. He threw a punch at Yi Fei's face and said, "Scram! How dare a piece of trash like you talk to me, the 7th among the inner sect disciples. Today, I will teach you a lesson on how to behave in the inner sect." Teach me a lesson? You think you can do that? Yi Fei mocked. Before Huang Shu's fist could reach him, he had already stepped forward and executed the Demon Emperor scripture to its limit, throwing a punch at Huang Shu. Bang! Their fists collided. 6th layer Martial Ancestor Realm versus 10th layer Martial Ancestor Realm. Yi Fei didn't move at all. The demonic chi in his body exploded wildly, almost shattering Huang Shu's fist into pieces. Even his bones were exposed. Huang Shu screamed as he retreated. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Your realm is so low. How can your physical body be so ridiculously strong? How dare a piece of trash like you walk the path of body refinement? In the world of martial arts, the path of body refinement had always been reserved for those with special physiques. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't walk the path. It was too time-consuming and laborious. 10 years of body refinement wasn't as effective as a year of hard work. I'm trash? What about you? You're the seventh among the inner sect disciples. You can't even beat a piece of trash like me. You're not trash. You're even more trash. I think you're not the seventh among the inner sect disciples, but the seventh from the bottom. Yi Fei gave Huang Shu a thumbs up, but it was towards the ground. Yi Fei, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Huang Shu was even angrier when he heard this. Seeing that he wasn't a match for Yi Fei in terms of physical strength, he immediately switched to using a martial technique. 8 Arms Divine Fist. A strong demonic qi emerged from Huang Shu's body. Then, this demonic qi formed 8 huge demonic qi arms. In total, they formed 8 demonic qi fists the size of a face. They followed a strange trajectory and smashed towards Yi Fei from all directions. It's a good fist technique. It's a waste to use it on a piece of trash like you. Yi Fei sneered and instantly activated his battle demon golden body. Chapter 243. An Unexpected Gain Rumble. Huang Shu's quintessential essence arm had the advantage of distance. Before Yi Fei's fists could hit him, 8 quintessential essence fists had already landed on Yi Fei's body. Unfortunately, the defense of the battle demon golden body was too strong. Even though the fist technique Huang Shu had used was of a very high level, in Yi Fei's opinion, Huang Shu's quintessential origin energy wasn't even as strong as the North Mountain Prefecture Master and the Mount Tai Prefecture Master. Yi Fei had been able to easily kill these 2 Palace Masters when he was in the 3rd stage Martial Ancestor Realm. Now that his strength was in the 6th stage Martial Ancestor Realm, Yi Fei felt that Huang Xie's strength was nothing more than a joke. The Battle Demon Golden Body took on Huang Xie's attack head-on. Yi Fei had already arrived in front of this person. A simple punch landed on Huang Shu's face. Huang Shu felt a sharp pain in his nose. His nose had been broken by Yi Fei. The pain made him tear up. He roared angrily, "Yi Fei, F***CK, how dare you hit my face? Do you know who is backing me up? I don't care who's behind you. This punch is because you asked me to be your follower. This slap is because you used us as bait." "Pah!" After punching Huang Shu to vent his anger, Yi Fei ignored Huang Shu's struggle. He suddenly grabbed Huang Shu's clothes and pulled him back. Then he slapped Huang Shu's face. This Huang Shu seemed to hate it when people slapped his face. Therefore, Yi Fei naturally wouldn't disappoint Huang Shu. He slapped Huang Shu's face until he was in a daze. His head felt like it was about to explode. His face was burning, and he almost spat out his teeth. Huang Shu was enraged and fearful. He roared and tried to circulate the true essence in his body. He wanted to struggle and counterattack. You still dare to resist? Very well. In that case, on behalf of those ancient devil bees that were deceived by you, I shall bestow upon you another slap. After saying that, Yi Fei raised his palm and was about to slap Huang Shu's face again. Hearing this, Huang Shu's face was covered in tears. What did those ancient devil bees have to do with him? He didn't even touch a single strand of hair on those ancient devil bees. On the other hand, Yi Fei was beating and killing the ancient devil bees. Now, he was shamelessly representing the ancient devil bees to beat people up. Huang Xie thought he was already arrogant enough. But now that he saw Yi Fei, he finally understood what true arrogance was. In order to avoid being beaten up again, Huang Shu realized that he couldn't break free from Yi Fei's control. He could only endure the pain and humiliation. Suddenly, he tore his clothes apart, leaving his upper body bare. He quickly ran away from Yi Fei and roared at Yi Fei, "Yi Fei, you win this time. I, Huang Shu, will remember you. If you have the guts, don't return to the inner sect." Knowing that if he continued to stay, he would only be humiliating himself, Huang Shu felt his heart ache. He took out the invisibility talisman again and was about to turn invisible and escape. Stop right there. You cheated the feelings of so many ancient devil bees. Do you really want to leave just like that? At this moment, Yi Fei was suddenly filled with righteousness. He had to seek justice for those ancient devil bees. Unfortunately, Huang Shu wasn't stupid. He knew that Yi Fei was just looking for excuses to teach him a lesson. He wouldn't continue to stay unless his brain was damaged. Hee, Yi Fei, so what if you're strong? As long as I turn invisible, you won't be able to discover me. Just you wait. When I return to the inner sect, I'll teach you a lesson. Huang Shu instantly turned invisible with a ferocious expression. His aura disappeared from the surroundings. However, Yi Fei wasn't very worried. If it weren't for the battle demon golden body, he would have been severely injured, even if he didn't die when he was surrounded by so many ancient devil bees. Huang Shu, you actually dared to use us as bait for your personal gain. You have to pay the price. Do you think that you can escape successfully just because we can't sense your aura? What a joke. Sky Destroyer Sword, Sky Burial Style. Boom. A shocking sword light instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Since he couldn't sense Huang Shu's aura, Yi Fei might as well suppress the entire area. The entire void trembled slightly under his sword. Huang Shu, who had already turned invisible, was immediately repelled by the repulsive force of the heavens and earth. The invisible light barrier instantly shattered, revealing Huang Shu's shocked and fearful figure. How can this be? What kind of sword technique is that? It can actually suppress the heavens and earth. Damn it, it even destroyed one of my invisibility charms. Huang Shu was about to vomit blood. He looked at the invisibility charms in his hands, which had many cracks on them. Yeah, this invisibility charms haven't shattered yet. Interesting. Leaving it in the hands of a despicable person like you is simply a waste of a treasure. I won't stand on ceremony and reluctantly accept it. Just as Huang Shu was looking at the invisibility charms in his hands, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he reached out and snatched the invisibility charms. This scene caused Huang Shu to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, as if he had gone mad, he pounced towards Yi Fei with a ferocious expression and said, "That's mine. Return to me. Do you know what the consequences of offending me are?" Boom! The furious Huang Shu exploded with all the quintessential essence in his body. 8 quintessential essence arms grabbed at Yi Fei in an attempt to snatch the invisibility charms back. Scram! Sword chi surged from Yi Fei's body. A huge sword light swept out. Not to mention 8 quintessential essence arms. Even if there were 18, Yi Fei would still be able to slash through them. Huang Shu's face immediately revealed a look of fear. He quickly retreated, avoiding the fate of being killed by the sword. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to say anything. He only glared at Yi Fei with hatred, as if he wanted to remember Yi Fei's appearance clearly. Then he turned around and ran, quickly dashing out of the valley. Lin's son and Yang Xiao, who had just entered, seemed to have some misgivings. They didn't try to stop him. Yang Xiao even walked over with a wry smile. "Junior brother Yi, you've really offended Huang Shu this time. You might be in big trouble when you return to the inner sect. I won't offend people if they don't offend me. He was the one who offended me first. Don't tell me I'll just swallow my anger. However, does this Huang Shu have a good background?" Yi Fei asked curiously. Lin's son and Yang Xiao looked at each other and smiled wryly. Yang Xiao spoke up again. "Huang Shu himself isn't a cause for concern. He's just a smart second generation. However, his sister isn't simple. It's said that his sister caught the eye of a true disciple when she was in the inner sect. She even secretly became that true disciple's woman. Therefore, very few people in the inner sect dare to offend him. True disciple? What's that person's name? Is he very strong?" Yi Fei continued to ask. Yang Xiao didn't say much this time. He even revealed a look of deep fear. "That person's name is Nan Ruofeng. As for his strength, apart from a few elders, the entire sacred land has to look up to him. In front of him, the 3 of us are all ants." Lin's son added coldly. These words also made Yi Fei suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 244. 7th Martial Ancestor Realm. After being surprised, Yi Fei did not feel afraid. Instead, a strong fighting spirit arose in his heart. So what if Nan Ruofeng was a successor disciple? As long as he was given time, he might not necessarily be unable to surpass this Nan Ruofeng. Yang Xiao looked at Lin Sun reproachfully. Yifei had already felt bad for offending Huang Xie. Now that Lin Sun had said something like this, wasn't he trying to hurt Yifei? Thus, Yang Xiao could only continue smiling bitterly to smooth things over, and he consoled Yifei. Junior brother Yi, you don't have to worry. Your conflict with Huang Xie can only be considered a small matter. In the eyes of a monster like Nan Ruofeng, I reckon that only the number one disciple in the inner court is slightly worthy of his attention. You don't have to worry. I'm not worried, Yifei said a little gloomily. However, judging from Yang Xiao and Lin Sen's performance, Nan Ruofeng should be an influential figure in the Holy Land. If there was a chance, Yifei wanted to take the time to see it for himself. But it was not good for him to say this in front of Yang Xiao. He was afraid that it would scare her again. Harvesting the 7-star flowers was more important now. After all, this was a huge mission that involved 20,000 contribution points. Yifei did not dare to be careless. Since the annoying Huang Shu had been chased away, Yifei was no longer in a hurry to harvest the 7-star flowers. Instead, he chatted with Yang Xiao and Lin Sun while waiting for the 7-star flowers to ripen naturally. Yang Xiao looked at the 7-star flower in front of him. He was so envious that his saliva almost flowed out. Junior brother Yi, your luck is really good. First, you encountered a blood jade golden lotus worth 8,000 contribution points. Now, you even obtained a 7-star flower worth 10,000 contribution points. The 7-star flower only costs 10,000 contribution points. Isn't it 20,000? Yifei was puzzled. When he accepted the mission, it was clearly marked as 20,000 contribution points. 20,000? Hearing this, Yang Zhao's expression turned even weirder. Then, he thought that Yifei was joking, so he laughed and said, Junior brother, your joke is not funny. Although the 7-star flower is precious, it is only used as a catalyst for heaven-class pills. It is not the main ingredient. Unless it is the 7-star flower emperor, then it would be worth 20,000 contribution points. Yifei did not reply. At this moment, he suddenly had a huge doubt in his heart. If the 7-star flower was only worth 10,000 contribution points, why was it displayed as 20,000 when he accepted the mission? Could it be that the deacon of the mission hall had made a mistake, or was there something wrong with the mission itself? Lin Sen's sudden action interrupted Yifei's thoughts. While Yang Xiao and Yifei were talking, Lin Sun seemed impatient and suddenly walked over to the 7-star flower. He even stretched out his hand as if he was going to pluck it. Yifei was stunned. He thought that Lin Sun had also taken a fancy to the 7-star flower. If it were anything else, Yifei would have let it go. However, there is only one 7-star flower, and it was also related to this strange quest. Yifei felt very troubled. Senior brother Lin, Yifei opened his mouth, not knowing if he should stop Lin. Senator Lin Sun had already understood what Yifei meant. He turned his head coldly and spat out 4 words. How petty! Based on Lin Sen's words, Yifei would have charged forward and fought with him if he did not already know that Lin Sun was not a bad person. Yang Xiao kept smiling bitterly and tried her best to smooth things over. She covered Lin Sen's mouth and said, Junior brother, don't mind him. This brother of mine is rather straightforward and a little shy. Anyway, we can't just wait here. Why don't we join forces and directly accelerate the ripening of the 7-star flower? However, when he heard Yang Xiao say that he was shy, Lin Sen's face darkened. Yifei also had a pained expression, as if he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Only then did he understand that Lin Sun was not trying to compete with him for the 7-star flower. Instead, he wanted to accelerate the ripening of the 7-star flower and shorten the time. Yifei had seen Huang Shu use this technique before. He nodded and then shook his head. It would be great if I could accelerate the ripening of the 7-star flower. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do it. It's all right. This is just a small technique that uses true yuan. We can teach you. Yang Xiao said hurriedly. After all, this was the Seven Treasure Forest, where martial ancestor demonic beasts roamed. The fragrance of the seven-star flower was famous for attracting all kinds of demonic insects. To be honest, Yi Fei did not dare to stay here for too long. Hence, after learning the technique to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs, he immediately used his true yuan together with Lin Sun and Yang Xiao to accelerate the ripening of the seven-star flower. The three of them were all experts, and each of their true yuan was more vigorous than the other. Accelerating the ripening of the seven-star flower was much easier. After absorbing a large amount of true yuan, the seven-star flower was completely ripe. Boom! After using his true yuan to accelerate the ripening of the seven-star flower, Yi Fei suddenly felt that the peak of martial ancestor rank 6 that he had been stuck at started to loosen. Finally, when the seven-star flower ripened, the true yuan in Yi Fei's body circulated rapidly. In an instant, he broke through the bottleneck and reached martial ancestor rank 7. Martial ancestor rank 7. It was achieved so easily. Yi Fei was very surprised. Haha, how is it? Are you surprised? Although my cultivation did not increase, I feel that I am not too far away from half-step martial saint, Yang Xiao said with satisfaction. It is a pity that this is not the seven-star flower emperor. Otherwise, if we work together to accelerate the ripening of the seven-star flower, we would be able to reach half-step martial saint through the energy of the stars. It was rare for Lin Sun to be so talkative. It was obvious that he was very happy in his heart. Only now did Yi Fei realize that when the seven-star flower was ripening, the thread-like fragrance was the energy of the stars. It also had the miraculous effect of helping cultivators break through to the next realm. As expected of the catalyst for a heaven-rank medicinal pill, this seven-star flower is indeed extraordinary. It is a pity that there is only one stock. Instead, I owe senior brothers Yang Xiao and Lin Sun a favor. When Yi Fei thought of this, he quickly picked the seven-star flower and stored it in a jade box according to Yang Xiao's instructions. He then cupped his hands at Yang Xiao and Lin Sun and said, "Senior brothers, thank you very much. It is a pity that I have nothing to repay you with." When Yi Fei thought of the blood jade golden lotus that he still had, he wanted to take it out to thank them for their help. Lin Sun coldly stopped him and said, "We are only repaying the favor." Yang Xiao smiled bitterly and continued to explain helplessly. "Although Jing Wushou beat us up back then, he saved our lives. Since you know his Hellfire Sword, we have helped you and we do not owe each other anything. Furthermore, thanks to junior brother Yi, other than the seven-star flower, we also have a great harvest." Yang Xiao gestured to Yi Fei to follow him. The three of them walked out of the valley and returned to the huge beehive built by the immemorial demon bees. Unfortunately, there were no more immemorial demon bees. Apart from the corpses on the ground, all the living immemorial demon bees had already run away. However, Yang Xiao did not leave. Instead, like a thief, he poked his head out and looked around to make sure that the immemorial demon bees would not return. He immediately rushed into the huge beehive. Lin Sun's speed was not slow at all. Yi Fei followed closely behind. Then he saw the huge golden pond in the beehive. Chapter 245, Heavenly Cult. This is the ancient royal jelly. It's good stuff, although it is not as precious as the seven-star flower. With so much royal jelly, the senior and junior sisters in the inner gate will definitely like it. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiao looked at the royal jelly that filled the pond, and a wretched aura rose to the sky. Yi Fei broke out in a cold sweat. He quietly poked Lin Sun and asked, "Senior brother Lin, why is senior brother Yang smiling like that? Is this thing very precious?" Taking a deep look at Yi Fei, Lin Sun paused and said hesitantly, "Royal jelly can be used for beautifying. It only has this effect." Yi Fei's face darkened. Yang Xiao had already filled a bucket with the royal jelly. He walked over to eat and said, "Haha, the royal jelly is not just beautifying. I heard that it can also beautify the skin and help the senior and junior sisters become bigger and fairer." If we bring it back, the sisters in the inner sect will go crazy. Junior brother, you know how crazy they will be. Yifei turned around to leave with a dark face. Yang Xiao hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, Junior brother Yi, don't leave so quickly. The ancient royal jelly has the effect of retaining one's youthful appearance. Are you sure you don't want it? What? Retaining one's youthful appearance. Yifei was slightly surprised. When a martial artist cultivated, the martial path strengthened the body. A martial master increased the lifespan. A martial ancestor shed the mortal body. A martial revered martial artist could fly. A martial king could retain one's youthful appearance. Usually, only when one reached the martial king level could one retain one's youthful appearance and achieve true immortality. He didn't expect this little royal jelly to have such an effect. Yifei obviously couldn't miss such a good thing. He looked at the pond full of royal jelly and said, how are we going to bring these things back? If he knew that the 7 treasure forest had so many good things, he would have brought a few big buckets in advance. Yang Xiao also had a pained expression. Lin's son hesitated for a long time before pointing to the surroundings and said, there's a beehive here. Lin's son, don't worry. Those ancient devil bees were frightened by us. They won't be back anytime soon. Yang Xiao thought that Lin's son was worried that the ancient devil bees would come back for revenge. Looking at the densely packed beehives, Yifei's eyes suddenly lit up. Carrying the devouring soul sword, he walked over and dug out a large barrel-shaped beehive. Looking at Yang Xiao and Lin's son, he said, you two are senior brothers. It seems we have a wooden barrel. Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She patted Lin's son on the shoulder and said, Lin's son, you're really something. It's not enough to steal the royal jelly. You even want to steal the beehive. Lin Sen's face turned completely dark. The 3 of them worked together. Soon, more than a dozen big wooden barrels were ready. Considering the help that Yang Xiao and Lin San had given him this time, he decided to take them into consideration. Yifei thought for a moment and didn't ask for too much. He only filled 5 barrels and stopped. Seeing Yifei's action, Lin's son smiled and also stopped after filling 6 barrels. Then Yifei and Lin's son looked at Yang Xiao with disdain, who still refused to stop after filling 10 barrels. Yifei advised, Senior brother Yang, please stop. Our space bags are full. We can't help you. No, one more drop of royal jelly means I have more time to talk about life ideals with my junior sisters. I can't hurt their hearts. Yang Xiao said with conviction. Your space bag is full. Lin's son pointed out the hard truth. Who says it's full? There's still a lot of space. In order to talk about life ideals with my junior sisters, I'll go all out. As Yang Xiao spoke, he suddenly emptied his space bag. Medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and spiritual crystals were all thrown away. Finally, he finished filling the last few barrels of royal jelly. He let out a satisfied smile. Yifei was speechless. Other than looking at Yang Xiao with even more disdain, the 2 of them didn't know what to say. However, at least Yang Xiao had stopped. Taking advantage of the fact that the ancient demon bees had not returned, the 3 of them quickly left the valley. Just as they were leaving, the sky above the valley was suddenly covered by more than 10,000 ancient demon bees. It was obvious that the ancient demon bees that had escaped had returned to take revenge. They had probably called back all the ancient demon bees in the 7 treasure forest, including a few half-step to martial honorable realm bee kings. If the 3 of them hadn't left quickly, even if Yifei had the war demon golden body, he would have been stabbed into a beehive. Hearing the faint roars of the ancient demon bees coming from the valley, the 3 of them ran as fast as they could. Yifei only heaved a sigh of relief when they were out of the 7 treasure forest. Yang Xiao said with lingering fear, this group of ancient demon bees is too scary. Didn't we just take a little bit of the royal jelly? Their reaction was too big. Yifei looked at Yang Xiao with disdain and said, you only took a little bit. You took all the royal jelly in the entire pond. Lin's son said coldly and said in a firm tone, for the next 3 years, we will not step into the 7 treasure forest. 3 years? Yifei's face turned black, and he suddenly thought of returning the royal jelly. Otherwise, he would feel that he was at a disadvantage if he were to be hated by 10,000 demonic beasts for 3 years. Junior brother Yi, don't even think about it. 3 years it is. At most, we will go to other places to train. I don't believe that the ancient demon bees will dare to chase us out of the 7 treasure forest. Oh yes, we have to return to the sacred grounds to submit the mission. Do you want to come with us? Yang Xiao said to Yi Fei. After the experience in the 7 treasure forest, he and Lin Sun had already acknowledged Yi Fei and considered Yi Fei a friend. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Senior brothers, you two go back first. I want to go around and train a bit." The 7-star flower mission, this time, was a little strange. Also, when he went to the encampment, the 2 outer disciples looked at him strangely, as if they had already heard of his name. At that time, Yi Fei didn't think too much about it. But now, he felt that it was necessary to go back and find that fat elder and ask him properly. "All right, junior brother, let's part ways here. We will meet again at the Intersect Grand Competition. At that time, with junior brother's strength, you will definitely shine." Yang Xiao and Lin Sun didn't insist. After leaving the 7 treasure forest, they had the ability to fly. They spread their true chi wings and prepared to soar into the sky. Suddenly, a huge firework appeared in the distant sky. The firework was coming from the direction of the Sacred Grounds encampment. What's going on? Oh no, it's the Heavenly Een wolf smoke. The Heavenly Een cult is here to cause trouble again. Seeing the firework, Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, who were about to leave, suddenly landed with serious expressions. Yi Fei walked up curiously and asked, "What does the Heavenly Een cult do?" Yang Xiao explained in a low voice, "The Heavenly Een cult is a demonic sacred ground. They are enemies with our Taishian sacred ground. They have been trying to compete with us for the 7 treasure forest since hundreds of years ago." Chapter 246. White Bone Envoy. Shall we go take a look? Lin Sun and Yang Xiao looked at Yi Fei. Okay. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. He was also a disciple of the Holy Land. Now that the Holy Land was under attack, the 3 of them had to help. Hence, Yi Fei spread his golden wings and rushed toward the Holy Land's encampment with Lin Sun and Yang Xiao. At that moment, flames were rising from the Holy Land's encampment. However, there were not many disciples of the Heavenly Een cult. There were only a dozen of them. However, all of them were elites of the demonic sect and experts of the martial Grandmaster realm. Although there were some Holy Land disciples outside the 7 treasures forest who rushed over after receiving the warning signal, they were all ordinary Intersect disciples. Their strength was only at the 7th or 8th martial Grandmaster realm. Even though there were many of them, it was still difficult to deal with the dozen elites of the Heavenly Een cult. Heavenly Een cult, what are you doing? If you dare to attack our Holy Land, wait for our Intersect senior brothers to come out of the 7 treasures forest. You'll be in for it. Don't talk nonsense. Look at their clothes. They are all experts of the Heavenly Een cult on the Een demon ranking. Some Intersect disciples recognized the identities of the demonic sect disciples and were shocked. Just like the Taishian Holy Land, the Heavenly Een cult's Intersect disciples also had a ranking. This ranking was the Een demon ranking. Those who were on the ranking were absolute geniuses of the demonic sect. Ordinary Intersect disciples could not fight against such experts. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of them this time. Not only were the nearby disciples shocked, but even Elder Depang, who was in charge of guarding the encampment, was shocked. However, Depang was an outer sect elder after all. His strength was at the 10th martial Grandmaster realm. Facing the Heavenly Een cult's attack, Depang had no choice but to step in. While activating the array to protect the disciples, Depang mustered up his courage and walked to the entrance. He shouted, "Heavenly Een cult, what are you doing? If you want to enter the 7 treasures forest, I won't interfere. However, if you dare to cause trouble, aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Holy Land and me?" Depang thought that it was the same as usual, that there were bold disciples of the Heavenly Een cult who coveted the resources of the 7 treasures forest and wanted to enter the 7 treasures forest to gain experience. He just wanted to turn a blind eye to it and get away with it. But he didn't expect that these demon leaderboard experts outside weren't here to train at all. At this time, the dozen or so disciples of the Heavenly cult ignored the huge warning. They formed a line and continued to walk toward the encampment in an extremely arrogant and cold manner. Depang, who do you think you are? Don't think that we haven't heard that your position as an elder was bought through connections from the Holy Land. Old man, we don't have time to waste with you. Open the formation immediately and let us in. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing. You're just a trash elder from the outer sect. You're lucky that we didn't kill you. Boom. Hearing the words of the Heavenly cult's disciple, the Holy Land disciples in the encampment looked at Pangda in shock. In the past, they had only heard that Pangda would openly ask for benefits from the disciples. Who would have thought that Pangda would actually buy his position as an elder? Shut up, you little bastards. How dare you slander me, an elder of the Holy Land? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Pangda was furious. He couldn't tolerate such public slander. Otherwise, his position as an elder would definitely be lost if this matter spread to the Holy Land. You want to kill my disciple? While Pangda was still trying to show off his might and try to reason with the Heavenly cult's experts, a shocking pressure suddenly appeared in the sky. An old man with a skinny face who looked like a moving skeleton walked down from the sky with his hands behind his back. That's right. He walked down from the sky as if he was walking normally. He didn't use his genuine chi wings. He was truly walking on air. A martial, honorable expert? Pangda was completely frightened. He was tongue-tied. The disciples in the encampment were also shocked. It wasn't that the Heavenly cult hadn't caused trouble before, but it had always been a conflict between disciples. The Taishan Holy Land and the Heavenly cult were very restrained. Even if they were fighting for the 7 treasure forests, they would strictly prohibit martial honorable experts from participating. Greetings, Bone Envoy. When they saw the old man appear, the previously arrogant disciples of the Heavenly cult all knelt down and kowtowed respectfully to the old man. Bone Envoy. You are the Bone Envoy of the Heavenly cult. This time, Pangda was tongue-tied. Even his voice was trembling. Unlike the Holy Land, the Heavenly cult's disciples were all kinds of Bone Envoys. Among them, the Bone Envoy was the most notorious. There was once a sect that had offended the Bone Envoy. In a fit of rage, the old man had turned 300 people of that sect into white bones. The Bone Envoy had killed the entire sect's disciples in a fit of rage. In a fit of rage, the Bone Envoy had massacred the entire family of the sect disciples. This had led to the Bone Envoy's brutal reputation. Compared to the Bone Envoy, Pangda's outer sect elder was as insignificant as a speck of dust. The Bone Envoy didn't even look at Pangda. It was as if he didn't exist. He walked down from the sky and coldly glanced at the kneeling disciples. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What did I tell you to do? Why haven't you done it yet? Forgive us, Bone Envoy. There are people from the Holy Land everywhere in the 7 treasure forest. The target is also very vigilant. Before we even made a move, the target had already hidden in this encampment. The dozen or so Heavenly cult elites were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Hearing this, the Bone Envoy's expression became a little better. He smiled coldly at De Guang, who was in the array, and said, "You must be the guardian elder of the Holy Land. Don't be afraid. This time, I am not here to cause trouble. I just want to take one of you away. As long as you agree, I can guarantee that I will not harm the other disciples of the Holy Land. You, who do you want to take away?" Pangda's voice was trembling with fear. He didn't seem like a Holy Land's elder at all. He was clearly afraid of death. Many disciples' faces turned pale when they saw this scene. They secretly cursed Pangda for not being worthy of being an elder. Not only did he not protect the disciples when he was forced by the Heavenly cult, but it seemed like he wanted a compromise. Even the Bone Envoy was surprised. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He stretched out his withered finger and pointed at the crowd. "I want her, Princess Xiaoyu. If you hand her over to me, I won't kill you." Whoosh! Xiaoyu's face instantly turned pale when she heard the Bone Envoy's words. She didn't expect the Bone envoy to come for her. Zhao Yu was stunned. Many of the disciples present were stunned. Chapter 247. Assassination Another Person? The disciples in the encampment were stunned once again. Many of them couldn't help but curse. Depang, what do you mean? Zhao, you can't do it, but can you sacrifice us? Everyone, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Depang finally reacted. He was so anxious that he actually spoke the truth. It was too late to explain now. Depang's words chilled the hearts of many disciples. What's there to explain? I'm not going to guard this encampment anymore. I'm going to return to the Holy Land. Depang, we've tolerated you for a long time. You've taken advantage of us because you're an elder, and now you want to betray us? Let's go, let's go. Let the Heavenly Een cult take over this place, and let this bastard perish on his own. Those who could enter the inner sect were all proud and arrogant. If Depang showed a bit of toughness, these disciples would be willing to stay and risk their lives. Now that they heard Depang's words, some of them turned around and left. They rushed out of the encampment and quickly disappeared into the forest. The disciples of the Heavenly Een cult burst into laughter when they saw this scene. However, no one stepped forward to stop them. After all, their purpose this time was to capture people and not to cause trouble. They couldn't wait for the disciples of the Heavenly Een cult to leave. When they saw that the disciples of the Heavenly Een cult didn't stop them, another group of disciples took the opportunity to rush out. Running for their lives was more important. Zhao Yu's face turned even paler when she saw this scene. She didn't understand it all. She just came to the outskirts of the Seven Treasure Forest to complete a simple mission. Why did the Heavenly Een cult suddenly target her and want to capture her? Junior brothers, please don't leave. It was my fault in the past. I beg you, please don't leave. Depang was on the verge of tears. He hated himself for saying the wrong thing. Originally, when over 100 inner sect disciples gathered together, unless the Heavenly Een cult wanted to start a war with the Holy Land, even the White Bone envoy wouldn't dare to attack the encampment of the Holy Land. Unfortunately, when they saw Depang's cowardice, most of the disciples left in disappointment. Only a dozen disciples with a strong sense of belonging to the Holy Land remained. This also made the disciples of the Heavenly Een cult fearless. They didn't dare to kill over 100 disciples of the Holy Land, but if they only killed a dozen, even if the Holy Land found out, it wouldn't cause an intense conflict with the Heavenly Een cult. The Messenger of Bones was very satisfied with this scene. He said to the disciples around him with extreme disdain, "Now the Taishan Holy Land is full of trash. Not only are the disciples trash, but even the elders are trash." That's right. The Taishan Holy Land has long since declined. How can it compare to the prosperity of our Heavenly Een sect? With Lord Envoy personally taking action, wouldn't this group of trash be scared witless? More than a dozen Heavenly Een sect disciples surrounded the Bone Emissary and began to crazily flatter him. The Bone Emissary's wrinkled face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He looked at Zhao Yu and said, "Zhao Yu, you've already seen the Holy Land situation. Staying in the Holy Land would be a waste of your talent. Come with me. I guarantee that I won't harm a single hair on your head." "What if I don't go?" Zhao Yu stood up stubbornly. She looked at the Bone Emissary with intense disgust. No one knew why she hated the Bone Emissary so much. Yi Fei, who was hiding in the dark, vaguely understood something. Once, Zhao Yu's mother had accidentally discovered that the crown prince, Zhao Ji, was cultivating a demonic cultivation technique and had been sentenced to death by the Empress Dowager. This matter had greatly affected Zhao Yu's view of the demonic path. Strange. Of all the people in the Heavenly Een sect, why would they want to capture Zhao Yu? Yi Fei, who was hiding in the dark, found it very difficult to understand. However, no matter what, Zhao Yu was his friend, and this was the Holy Land's territory. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yi Fei couldn't just watch Zhao Yu be taken away like this. Yi Fei immediately wanted to rush over and stop everything. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao hurriedly held Yi Fei back. Yang Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Yi, don't be rash." Look carefully first. There's an emissary of the heavenly Yin sect, a true martial venerable expert. So what if he's a martial venerable? Zhao Yu is my friend, and she helped me before. I can't just watch as she's taken away. Yi Fei was actually very depressed. If the bone emissary had captured someone else, he might not have been so impulsive. However, he couldn't let Zhao Yu go. She was his friend, and Yi Fei wasn't the way to do things. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao smiled bitterly when they felt Yi Fei's determination. Yang Xiao said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Yi, it's not that we don't want to help you. If it's only the bone emissary, the three of us can join forces and fight against a martial venerable expert. But there are more than 10 experts on the Yin Demon ranking here. Even if their ranking is very low, if they rush up together, not only will we not be able to save your friend, we might even be killed." Lin Sun stared at the bone emissary's figure and said in a very serious tone. Yi Fei understood that Yang Xiao and Lin Sun were telling the truth. However, seeing the bone emissary getting closer and closer to the encampment, he was unwilling to do nothing. "Let's fight. Senior brother Yang, senior brother Lin, if I say that I can instantly kill more than 10 experts on the Yin Demon ranking, can you cooperate with me and fight against this bone emissary?" Yi Fei looked at Yang Xiao and Lin Sun very seriously. The two of them also looked at Yi Fei in shock. Instantly killing more than 10 experts on the Yin Demon ranking. "Junior brother Yi, we know that your defense is amazing. However, there's still a martial venerable expert on the other side. In front of him, you have no chance at all." Yang Xiao shook his head and said without thinking. He felt that Yi Fei's idea was completely impulsive and had lost his mind. Without time to explain, Yi Fei directly took out something and looked at Yang Xiao and asked, "Then what if I add this invisibility talisman? Do I have a way to get close to those heavenly Yin cult disciples?" "Hiss, junior brother Yi, are you serious?" Yang Xiao saw that Yi Fei even took out the invisibility talisman and could not help but become serious. "Even so, your chance of success is at most 30%. Lin Sen's voice became very cold. 30% is 30%. It's better than having no chance. Yi Fei did not say much and directly activated the invisibility talisman. Whoosh! Yi Fei's figure had already completely disappeared. Even Yang Xiao and Lin Sun could not sense Yi Fei's exact location. This is the power of the invisibility talisman. When it fell into Huang Shu's hands, it was simply a waste. Yang Xiao and Lin Sun looked at each other in shock. They didn't think that Yi Fei would be so daring. He actually dared to assassinate a disciple of the heavenly Yin religion in front of a martial saint. He even wanted to kill all the disciples of the heavenly Yin religion before the martial saint could react. "This Yi Fei, he's a madman," Yang Xiao angrily evaluated. "There are no normal people on the Sword Peak." Lin Sun coldly nodded. The tip of the spear in his hand was already pointing towards the sky. Yang Xiao immediately understood that Lin Sun actually agreed with Yi Fei's actions. He immediately scolded unhappily. "Lin Sun, your brain is also abnormal. I really regret knowing you." Chapter 248. Brutality. The bone envoy's face was cold as he finally arrived in front of the defensive array. His eyes flashed with disdain as he poked the array with his finger. Boom! A huge bone spear appeared in the white bone's envoy's hand, and he thrust it forward. The attack of a martial honorable was terrifying. The defensive array in front of him was like a bubble. With a loud sound, the bone spear pierced a huge crack in the array. "Zhao Yu, I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to come with me and join my heavenly Yin sect?" The bone envoy's words shook Zhao Yu's heart. She had all kinds of suspicions as to why the heavenly Yin sect wanted to capture her. However, she had never thought that the heavenly Yin sect would actually force her join them. "I'm not willing." However, Zhao Yu still said loudly. Her mother's death when she was young had filled her with disgust towards the demon path. How could she, a disciple of the Holy Land, fall so low to join the demon path? "Zhao Yu, do you know what you're saying? The bone envoy is personally inviting you to join the sect, because he thinks highly of you. Why aren't you going over? We don't want to be implicated by you." The elder, Pangda, suddenly shouted at Zhao Yu. When they saw that the Bone Envoy had easily destroyed the defensive array, the faces of the Holy Land disciples who were still hesitating turned pale. Without the protection of the array, no matter how many of them there were, they would not be able to fight against a martial honorable. Furthermore, the fat elder was already scared out of his wits. Zhao Yu looked at Pangda in disbelief and said angrily, "What are you saying? You are an elder of the Holy Land. Your duty is to protect us disciples. It's fine if you are a coward, but now you want to hand me over?" "Zhao Yu, shut up. You are a demoness who colluded with the demon path. You are not fit to be a disciple of the Holy Land." The shame on his face only flashed for a moment. Pangda's fat body was filled with an awe-inspiring righteousness. In order to avoid being implicated, Pangda hurriedly took a step forward, nodded and bowed to the Bone Messenger, and said, "Lord Messenger, please don't be angry. I won't stop you from taking anyone away. I only ask that you be magnanimous and don't make things difficult for me. Also, please don't hurt the harmony between my Holy Land and the Heavenly Ean cult." His servile attitude and fawning face made the Bone Messenger very surprised. This was the current elder of the Holy Land? "Ha ha wah ha ha." The Bone Envoy suddenly laughed heartily. All the disciples of the Heavenly Ean cult also laughed wildly. The dozen or so Holy Lands disciples who were still in the Holy Lands all blushed and lowered their heads in shame. Even though they knew that Pangda, an outer sect elder, was not a good person, Pangda's actions showed them what it meant to be shameless without a bottom line. Zhao Yu was so angry that a white flame ignited all over his body. He angrily accused Pangda Dao. "Pangda, that's enough. You don't deserve to be an elder. How can the Holy Land have such a cowardly person like you?" "Which, shut up for this old man. You too, the Heavenly Ean cult wants to catch this person. Women, come over to me. I promise that the Heavenly Ean cult will not hurt any of us." Pangda was very embarrassed, but he still tried to drag as many disciples as possible. However, the disciples who stayed were all righteous. When they heard Pangda's words, their faces became very ugly. They were all hesitating whether they should abandon their conscience and wallow in the mire with Pangda. The Bone Envoy, who was laughing wildly, suddenly had a hideous expression. He suddenly stretched out his withered hand and stabbed it into Pangda's fat body. Crack! A bloody spine could be seen being forcefully pulled out of the huge and fat body by the bone emissary. Pangda screamed miserably. The broken spine made him look like a piece of fat without bones. He collapsed on the ground and looked at the Bone Envoy with fear and anger. He asked why. "I have already compromised. Why are you still doing this to me?" The Bone Envoy snorted coldly. He picked up the bloody bone and chewed it in his mouth. He said, "Surrender? You are too naive. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't run. Now, it's time for me to make up my mind. I will capture Princess Zhao Yu. I will also take your lives." Boom! The Bone Envoy's cruelty made Zhao Yu and the disciples of the Holy Land turn pale. Pangda collapsed on the ground and cried like pigs being slaughtered. "Spare my life! Spare my life!" Hearing Pangda's voice, Zhao Yu felt nauseous. Then, she looked at the group of disciples of the Holy Land who were terrified and sighed faintly. "Bone Envoy, I can go with you, but you can't hurt the others." Zhao Yu had no choice but to negotiate with the Bone Envoy. She couldn't let the others be implicated by her. Unlike the others, the Bone Envoy looked at Zhao Yu with great admiration and said, "Your Highness, you are very good. Unfortunately, I can't agree to it. I don't dare to kill the hundreds of disciples of the Holy Land, but these dozen who are loyal to the Holy Land must be eliminated. Yes, kill them all. Let this trashy Holy Land know the power of the Dark Sky sect. Look at Elder Fat Pig. You can see how far the Taishan Holy Land has fallen. Even if we kill these people, the Holy Land won't dare to take revenge on us. Lord Bone Envoy, let us deal with these scums. We haven't killed any disciples of the Holy Land yet." Ha! Hearing that the Bone Envoy wanted to kill them all, the dozen disciples of the Dark Sky sect all laughed evilly, even though the two sides had the same number of people. One side was an expert on the demon list, while the other side was just an ordinary inner disciple of the Holy Land. The battle hadn't started yet, but the outcome was already decided. Zhao Yu was in complete despair. The dozen disciples of the dark sky sect all laughed evilly. They were like cats playing with a mouse as they forced their way towards the disciples of the Holy Land. These people relied on the Bone Envoy, a martial venerable, to support them. They even abandoned their basic vigilance and were extremely arrogant. None of them noticed that at this moment, a figure had already snuck into their midst without a sound. Furthermore, at the moment when these people's vigilance was at its lowest point, a figure had appeared. Suddenly, a cold voice entered those people's ears. What? Do you think it's funny? Do you think that with a martial venerable here, no one will dare to kill you? Who is it sneaking around? Come out and fight with me. Puff! A head flew into the sky. The disciple of the dark sky sect who was still cursing opened his mouth and looked at his headless corpse in horror. The other disciples of the dark sky sect were all shocked. Then, with a boom, they stared fiercely in all directions. Who dares to sneak attack us? Come out. The person who will kill you. No one appeared. Only a cold voice, like the voice of the Grim Reaper, echoed in their ears. Puff. Chapter 249. Feast of Slaughter. No one knew where Yi Fei was, and no one could sense the enemy's position. The disciples of the Dark Sky cult could only feel a cold light before they died. Then, their heads were separated from their bodies. Yi Fei's sword was too fast and too ruthless. It was absolutely a one-hit kill without mercy. Even Lin, Sun, and Yang Xiao, who were hiding in the dark, couldn't believe that Yi Fei had become so terrifying after obtaining the invisibility talisman. This was no longer a dangerous assassination, but a simple harvest. Yi Fei was like a peerless assassin enjoying a feast of slaughter. Shock and fear. The disciples of the Dark Sky cult were shocked. Just a moment ago, they had been wantonly mocking the sacred land and wanting to start massacre. In the blink of an eye, all of them had become targets. Even when they died, they couldn't see anyone. In a short span of a few breaths after Yi Fei spoke and attacked, 7 experts of the Dark Sky Demon list had been silently killed. The Bone Envoy was thoroughly enraged when he saw this scene. His anger made his skinny body grow bigger and bigger, until he looked like a huge skeleton. Roar! Who dares to kill the disciples of the Dark Sky cult in front of me? Hurry up and scatter. He is using the invisibility talisman. What? Invisibility talisman? We should have known. The disciples of the Taishian sacred land are too despicable and shameless. The remaining disciples of the Dark Sky cult cursed angrily. They reacted very quickly. Almost as soon as the Bone Envoy spoke, all of them activated their quintessential essence to protect themselves. They quickly scattered in all directions, preparing to avoid Yi Fei's assassination. It's too late. Yi Fei's cold voice rang out in the air again. Since Yi Fei had decided to take action and had seen the Heavenly Een cult's actions, he would not show any mercy. Just as the Heavenly Een cult's disciples scattered, as soon as the Dark Sky cult disciples scattered, a huge sword light appeared in the air like a waterfall and swept across them. Sky Destroyer Sword, burying the sky. Hellfire Sword, Ghost God Whirlwind Strike. Boom! The power that suppressed the heavens and the earth instantly suppressed the heavens and the earth. It also caused all of the Heavenly Een cult's disciples to stop moving. Then, a huge sword shadow that was more than 10 meters long and more than 3 meters wide shot out from the spirit-devouring sword. Yi Fei grabbed it in his hand, and his body spun rapidly like a windmill. Puff, 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 puff. As the terrifying sword whistled, the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Een cult were filled with fear. They could only watch as their bodies were torn apart by the whirlwind of sword shadows. Broken corpses littered the ground. The scene was incomparably bloody and exciting. The disciples of the Holy Land who had been in despair suddenly recovered their spirits. Zhao Yu's face was also filled with disbelief. It's him. It's Yi Fei. He's here to save me. Suddenly, a strong sense of peace made Zhao Yu relax. His face turned red, and he looked very cute. It was a pity that no one was there to see this scene. All of the disciples of the Holy Land widened their eyes as they looked at the scattered corpses. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, who were hiding in the dark, sucked in a cold breath. Then, an earth-shattering roar of anger burst out, causing many people's eardrums to burst. The Bone Envoy was so angry that his entire body was about to explode. A total of 16 elites of the Demon list. He was actually killed in an instant right in front of him. What kind of humiliation was this? How excessive was this? This was the most blatant and rude provocation to a martial venerable like him. It was unforgivable. It was absolutely intolerable. Die for this old man. No matter who you are, even if you hide in another space, this old man will catch you and eat your flesh piece by piece and drink your blood. Heavenly demon, soul, searching hand. The Bone Envoy was not affected by the heaven-bearing move at all. His tall body flew into the sky. Suddenly, he aimed at the ground where Yi Fei was and slammed his palm down. The entire sky turned dark in an instant. The terrifying demonic cloud not only covered the area where Yi Fei was, but also all the disciples of the Holy Land present, including Zhao Yu, were all shrouded in it. Clearly, the Envoy of Bones was so angry that he had gone crazy. His rage had made this old demon lose his mind completely. He actually planned to kill Yi Fei and everyone present. Rumble. The terrifying demonic palm fell slowly. Before it hit the ground, more than 10 disciples of the Holy Land had already vomited blood and were lying on the ground, unable to move. Yi Fei also desperately used his sword consciousness to support himself. Only then was he able to avoid being suppressed by the aura. His heart was filled with horror. Is this the strength of a martial venerable? It's too terrifying. Even the heaven-burying move is ineffective against him. Yi Fei's face was filled with fear. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap was between him and a true martial venerable. However, Yi Fei did not give up. This was because when the Bone Envoy attacked, a huge spear shadow shot across the sky like a rainbow and pierced towards the Bone Envoy. It was Lin's senator he had made his move. But Yang Zhao's arrows were even faster. Fire Dragon pierces the sun. Yang Xiao drew back the gigantic flaming bow in his hand. What appeared on the bowstring wasn't a sharp sword, but a lifelike fire dragon, which Yang Xiao shot out. The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the fire dragon danced in the air. The huge dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the bone emissary. This sudden turn of events shocked the bone emissary. He might not be afraid of a 10-stage martial ancestor realm expert, but the sneak attack of two 10-stage martial ancestor realm experts in the top 10 of the sacred lands was enough to make the White Bone Envoy fearful. Cold Face Spear, Fire Dragon Arrow. You are Lin's son and Yang Xiao from the Holy Land. Damn it! You two juniors dare to stop this old man? Very well. Today this old man will simply start a massacre and not leave a single one of you alive. Bone Devil Spike. The Bone Envoy no longer cared about Yi Fei. From his point of view, Yi Fei had already been enveloped by his heavenly demon soul searching hand. As long as he was not a martial honor, he would definitely die. The only thing left for him to do was to kill Lin's son and Yang Xiao, and then kill everyone else in the area. It would be the same if he took Zhao Yu away by force. Zhao Yu could also sense the Bone Envoy's determination. Although she was grateful for Yi Fei's help, she could not watch Yi Fei die here. Yi Fei, hurry up and leave. Zhao Yu struggled to stand and shouted at Yi Fei with great difficulty. Leave? Where can I go? A bitter smile appeared on Yi Fei's face. This Bone Envoy was really cunning. He had calculated that Yi Fei was only trying to save Zhao Yu. If he were to leave, Zhao Yu and the Sacred Land disciples would be the ones to bear the brunt of the martial honors attack. If that happened, not only would Zhao Yu be seriously injured, but the remaining Sacred Land disciples would also be instantly annihilated. Yi Fei would not allow that to happen. Besides, The Bone Envoy was now being held back by Lin Sun and Yang Xiao and had no time to pay attention to him. He might be able to block this terrifying demonic hand. Once he understood this, Yi Fei no longer hesitated. Boom! Chapter 250. Fighting Wu's Zun Rumble. The dazzling sword light almost split the space in front of it. The demonic hand was instantly shattered from the middle by Yi Fei's sword. However, after the explosion, the demonic chi still formed a violent shockwave that slammed heavily onto Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei felt as if his chest had been ruthlessly slammed by a mountain. The war demon golden body instantly shattered. This was the terror of a martial honor. If one's strength had not reached the level of a martial honor, one would not be able to imagine the terror of such an attack. Given Yi Fei's strength, even a martial Ancestor Realm 10 expert would find it difficult to break his battle demon golden body in one hit. However, before the White Bone Envoy's demonic hand, the battle demon golden body was shattered just by being grazed by the demonic hand. Yi Fei could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground like a broken kite. However, Yi Fei did not fall. A figure had already rushed over to catch Yi Fei at the fastest speed possible. Wow! However, this demonic hand's attack was truly terrifying. Even though Zhao Yu caught Yi Fei, she also suffered a certain amount of impact. She couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood, staining her veil red. Zhao Yu, why are you doing this? Yi Fei turned around in surprise. He was injured, but he could use his undying sword soul to recover quickly. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, was different. If she was injured, then she was really injured. She did not need to get hurt for nothing. However, Yi Fei was soon unable to say anything. At this moment, Zhao Yu could already see Yi Fei's almost collapsed chest and his blood-stained clothes. Tears streamed down his face. Yi Fei, are you all right? Are you all right? Zhao Yu sounded like she was about to cry. The wounds on Yi Fei's body were too frightening. If it had been an ordinary 7th-level martial Ancestor Realm expert, he would have been smashed to pieces by the martial honors attack. It was already a miracle that Yi Fei could still speak. Realizing this, Yi Fei also understood how much pressure Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, who were still fighting with the Bone Messenger, were under. If something went wrong, not only would he not be able to save Zhao Yu, he might even implicate Lin Sun and Yang Xiao to die. After realizing this, Yi Fei didn't even care about Zhao Yu's presence. He gritted his teeth and took out a large pile of spiritual crystals, using his undying sword soul to absorb them. A large amount of black energy filled his dantian and gathered at Yi Fei's heavily injured chest. His originally collapsed chest instantly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Fei's dispirited spirit was reinvigorated. Shocking killing intent and battle intent emerged from his body. He held the soul-devouring sword tightly in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Kill! Without hesitation, without retreating, Yi Fei released an endless amount of killing intent in the instant that his injuries were healed. He charged into the sky once again. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yu was so shocked that she forgot to wipe away her tears. She couldn't believe that Yi Fei, who had been heavily injured just a moment ago, had regained his vigor in the blink of an eye. However, Zhao Yu didn't think too much about it. She only needed to know that Yi Fei had been injured in order to save her. This point was enough. I can't let him fight alone. This is also my battle. Seeing Yi Fei charge into the sky, Zhao Yu's face revealed a determined expression. Boom! The aura of a 4th-level martial Ancestor Realm suddenly appeared on her body. When Zhao Yu had first entered the Sacred Land, her strength was only at the 5th-level Martial Master Realm. In just a few months, her cultivation had risen to such a terrifying level that it made Yi Fei blush with shame. This showed how terrifying the hidden talent of this princess was. However, no matter how strong Zhao Yu's talent was, in the face of an absolute difference in cultivation, her attacks couldn't even break through the Bone Envoy's quintessential essence defense. The Bone Envoy didn't care about Zhao Yu's attacks. He only looked at Yi Fei, who had charged up again with incomparable shock. Impossible. You're just a 7th level martial ancestor realm junior. How can you be unharmed after taking a full blow from me? What? Unharmed? Lin's son was shocked. Junior brother Yi, you're definitely not human. Yang Xiao smiled bitterly. The situation of the two of them was very bad. Although they were entangled with the bone emissary, they were not a match for the bone emissary at all. After exchanging a few blows, Lin Sin's body was already pierced with several bloody holes by the bone spikes. Although Yang Xiao, who was protected at the back, was not injured, drawing the flame bow again and again consumed his quintessential essence quickly. Seeing this scene, Yifei's expression became even more serious. He said in a deep voice, "Senior brothers, if I can break through this old demon's quintessential essence defense, will you be able to kill him?" "Yes," Lin's son said coldly. "Junior brother Yi, if you really do that, no matter how strong your defense is, you won't be able to block the attack of a martial honorable," Yang Xiao said worriedly. "Who knows? I might not be able to block it alone, but now there are 3 of us." Yifei's lips curled into a smile. When he looked at the bone envoy again, his expression became cold. He instantly pointed the devouring soul sword at the bone envoy and said, "Old demon, today is the anniversary of your death. Senior brothers, help me." "All right." Lin's son and Yang Xiao exuded a heroic aura. When they saw Yifei rushing forward, they did not hesitate and rushed forward once again. Seeing this, the white bone corpse suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, ha. 3 reckless juniors. You think you're qualified to kill this old master? Fine, this old master will kill all 3 of you today, and let the Holy Land feel some heartache. Die." Bone demon profound een spike. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The bone envoy sneered as he waved the white bone spike in his hand. Dense demonic chi appeared on the white bone spike and formed a sharp quintessential essence storm. It enveloped Yifei, Lin's son, and Yang Xiao and was about to kill them all. Lin's son was enraged, and he shouted, "Godly spear breaking array." Boom! A huge spear shadow turned into a white rainbow and pierced through the void. It was the first to collide with the bone envoy's bone demon spike. The spear's shadow only lasted for a short while before it was completely shattered. Phantom kill. Immediately after, Yang Xiao raised his huge flaming bow and shot out a terrifying rain of arrows with all his might. It was so dense that it almost pierced through the bone envoy's body. "How dare you compete with the brilliance of a grain of rice? Fool!" The bone envoy sneered. The bone demon spike in his hand suddenly spun and formed a white bone storm that deflected all the arrows. However, after Lin's son and Yang Zhao's attacks, the power of the bone envoy's bone demon spike was greatly weakened. At this moment, Yifei moved. Whoosh! The golden rock wings carried Yifei and rushed to less than 10 meters away from the bone envoy like a bolt of golden lightning. Dazzling sword light shook the void. The devouring sword intent exploded, and a huge black hole instantly swallowed the surrounding light. Chapter 251. Chapter 251, Killing a Martial Venerable Kill. Bone Devil Profound Een Pierce. The white bone envoy sneered and continued to wave the demon bone spike in his hand. Although he had been attacked by Lin's son and Yang Xiao, the white bone envoy did not think that Yifei would be able to contend with him, who was a martial honorable. Rumble! A huge bone spike descended, its sharp edge almost piercing a crack in the void. Before the bone spike had even descended, a powerful pressure had already shaken Lin's son and Yang Xiao. Their faces turned pale, and they had no choice but to use their true essence to resist. Zhao Yu's entire body was pressed to the ground. His condensed Zhen Qi wings were shattered. His face was full of shock. The strength of the bone emissary was too terrifying. His power alone had directly suppressed Zhao Yu and the other 2. Yifei, who was directly facing the white bone envoy, felt a mountain-like pressure crushing down on him. The battle demon golden body on his body instantly shattered. However, Yifei did not retreat. He continued to resist the pressure and took another 3 steps toward the bone messenger. Even though it was only 3 steps, this scene still shocked the bone envoy. Even Lin's son and Yang Xiao could not resist his pressure, but Yifei not only resisted it, but was also able to advance. "You're courting death." The bone bringer was enraged. His anger caused the bone devil spear in his hand to turn into an eerie white light. Like a beam of light, it viciously and cruelly pierced towards Yifei's body. Never before had Yifei felt the threat of death so clearly. However, he did not retreat. The moment his golden body shattered, a powerful sword will suddenly appeared on his body. Devouring sword essence. 30% of Xiao Qian's sword intent erupted. Yifei held the spirit-devouring sword in his hand. His entire body creaked under the pressure of the martial saint's aura. Yifei strode forward. Under the pressure of a martial honor, he took another 2 steps forward. At this moment, he was less than 5 steps away from the bone envoy. Yifei could still clearly sense the thick smell of blood coming from the bone envoy's demon bone spike. However, Yifei did not stop. He lifted his leg and continued forward, ignoring the fact that his blood vessels had already ruptured due to the pressure from the martial venerable aura. His entire body was covered in cracks. Then, he took a heavy step forward. Sky Destroyer sword, heaven burial style. Rumble. Yifei slashed out with his sword. It looked ordinary, but it had the power to suppress the heavens and earth. The bone demon spike that was about to hit him was repelled by the heavens and earth and slowed down. This was Yifei's plan. Since the buried sky style couldn't completely suppress the bone envoy, Yifei might as well use the buried sky style to suppress a part of the bone envoy's body. This way, as long as the bone envoy's arm that held the demon bone spike was restricted, Yifei would have a chance to counterattack. What? My arm is restricted? D***. What kind of swordplay are you using? The bone envoy was enraged. Yifei was standing right in front of him. If he moved, he would be able to stab Yifei to death. However, at this moment, a repelling force appeared between the heavens and earth, causing his demon bone spike to stop. Even though this was only for a moment, and the bone envoy had already used his powerful true yuan to break free from the restraints. However, he still couldn't forgive Yifei's provocative actions. Go and die. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. Today, the 3 of you are destined to die in my hands. The bone envoy roared angrily and waved his demon bone spike again. Die! At the same time, Yifei gritted his teeth and raised the devouring soul sword in his right hand to block the bone envoy's attack. He raised his left hand towards the sky and grabbed at the black hole formed by the devouring sword essence. The black hole immediately disappeared and was replaced by a sword-shaped crack in the empty space. Yifei grabbed the crack in his hand and waved it forward with all his might. Sky Destroyer sword, sky swallowing style. Yifei's face was cold as he enunciated each word. The huge sword-shaped crack tore the space apart and swept towards everything in front of it. At this moment, Yifei was less than 5 steps away from the bone envoy. At such a close distance, unless the bone envoy knew how to teleport, he wouldn't be able to dodge Yifei's devouring sky style. Poof! Blood splattered all over the sky. The bone envoy couldn't block the devouring sky style's devouring sky style, even though he was a martial honorable. Yifei had slashed a huge hole in his chest. If Yifei had used a little more strength, he would have been able to split the bone envoy in half. Unfortunately, Yifei was unable to do so. When the devouring sky style had heavily injured the bone envoy, the bone envoy's demon bone spike had also pierced down ferociously. Even though Yifei had already used the devouring soul sword to block the attack of a martial honorable was still too terrifying. The sharp bone spike instantly broke the devouring soul sword into pieces. The devouring soul sword was a lower treasure weapon, yet it couldn't block the full force attack of a martial honorable. Yifei didn't even have time to feel sorry for himself. He already felt a sharp pain in his body. The demon bone spike had pierced deep into his body. If not for the fact that the demon bone spike had already used up a large amount of energy when it had shattered the devouring soul sword, The bone envoy's attack would have been enough to kill Yi Fei on the spot. However, Yi Fei's risk had paid off. He had successfully exchanged injury for injury and severely injured the bone envoy. The only difference was that Yi Fei had the indestructible sword soul. No matter how serious the injury was, he would be able to recover quickly. On the other hand, Yi Fei's attack was enough to take away half of the bone envoy's life. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white ribbon flew up from the ground into the sky and wrapped around Yi Fei's body. It was a piece of white cloth that Zhao Yu had found and used it as a rope to bind Yi Fei. At the moment when Yi Fei had been severely injured by the demon bone spike, Zhao Yu had already used all his strength to pull Yi Fei down from the sky. "Stop right there, you little brat. How dare you plot against me? I will take your life." Roar. The bone envoy was going crazy. Yi Fei's attack had been too terrifying. It had been so terrifying that he felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. This kind of genius definitely couldn't appear in the sacred land. The bone envoy immediately wanted to kill Yi Fei, regardless of his injuries. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly smiled. The biggest reason he had dared to take such a risk was because he wasn't fighting alone. "Senior brothers, attack!" Yi Fei shouted. Coiling Dragon's Fury. Lin's sun shivered as a huge spear shadow appeared all over his body. Suddenly, the spear in Lin Sin's hand started to dance on its own. It was like a spear dragon that quickly rushed towards the bone envoy. After using this move, Lin's sun couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, Yang Xiao violently pulled open the huge, flaming bow in his hand and condensed all the quintessential yuan in his body into a huge quintessential yuan arrow. However, this quintessential yuan arrow didn't shoot towards the bone envoy. Instead, it shot towards the coiling dragon's fury that Lin Sun had released. Chapter 252. Be Wounded Well. Yang Xiao had condensed all the true essence in his body into this arrow. After shooting this arrow, Yang Xiao's entire body collapsed and directly fell down from the sky. Rumble. The Zhen Yuan arrow collided with the coiling dragon's wrath in an instant. However, there was no conflict between the two. Instead, they completely merged together. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. The coiling dragon that had obtained all of Yang Xiao's true essence seemed to come alive at this time. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking extraordinarily mighty. In the end, it condensed into a huge spear shadow covered in saw teeth, instantly piercing through the bone envoy's chest. Puff! Even if he was a martial honored realm expert, the White Bone's envoy would not have been able to survive such a heavy injury. His eyes widened as he stared in horror at the huge bloody hole that pierced through his chest. Until his death, he could not believe that a martial honored realm expert like him would actually be killed by the combined forces of 3 juniors. "I am unwilling." Before the bone envoy died, he glared at Yi Fei with incomparably venomous eyes. If this junior hadn't severely injured him, how could he have been killed? Even if he died, he would drag this junior down with him. Mustering its last breath, the bone emissary's body suddenly exploded. Among them was a blood-red bone spur. It whistled through the air and shot towards Yi Fei like a bolt of lightning. This was the bone envoy's final attack, the blood devil spike. "Not good. This old devil wants to drag me down with him." Yi Fei's complexion changed drastically. In order to severely injure the bone envoy, he had also exhausted all of his jinqi. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even move a finger. He could feel the bloody shadow of death approaching him. Yi Fei made up his mind. Just as he was about to activate his undying sword soul to block the bone emissary's final attack, a fragrant wind suddenly blew past his face. A figure bravely stood in front of him. It was actually Zhao Yu. He leaped into the sky and slapped his palm at the deadly blood spike. However, Zhao Yu's cultivation level was still too low. Even though the demonic blood spike was launched by the bone envoy when she was extremely weak, Zhao Yu could not completely block it. She only made sure that she and Yi Fei avoided the vital parts of their bodies. Puff! The demonic blood spike had already brushed past Zhao Yu's arm and pierced through Yi Fei's shoulder before stabbing deep into the ground. The intense demon qi corroded the ground, turning that place into a huge crater that emitted pungent black smoke and the stench of blood. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw this scene. If Zhao Yu hadn't taken a risk to help him block the attack, Yi Fei reckoned that he would have been dead and his bones would have rotted away if he hadn't used his undying sword soul. Yi Fei, are you all right? Zhao Yu landed on the ground anxiously. Yi Fei struggled to get up from the ground. However, this action alone was enough to make Yi Fei feel a strong sense of dizziness. His shoulder, which had been pierced, was now filled with a deep, bloody hole. A puff of black smoke was coming out of it. The surrounding flesh and blood were deteriorating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, there were already signs of necrosis. Zhao Yu noticed the changes in Yi Fei's wound and couldn't help but feel even more worried. Yi Fei, you're wound? Princess, don't worry. I'm fine. But are you all right? Yi Fei also looked at Zhao Yu anxiously. After all, the demonic blood spike had grazed Zhao Yu's arm when it had pierced through his shoulder. It was fine for him to have thick skin and flesh. If a delicate princess like Zhao Yu's wound were to get infected, that would be truly terrifying. Upon hearing Yi Fei's reminder, Zhao Yu's expression changed drastically. She quickly checked her wound and discovered that other than the wound on her arm, there wasn't any discomfort. And my wound is fine. Zhao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. How can this be? Could it be that this demonic blood spike can choose its target? A strange expression appeared on Yi Fei's face. Other than this guess, he really couldn't figure out why Zhao Yu was fine after being hit by the same demonic blood spike, but his wound kept getting infected. The demonic blood spike isn't that magical. However, anyone who is hit by the demonic blood spike will definitely die in the end. Lin Sen's cold voice came from not far away. He supported Yang Xiao, who was also exhausted and had a bruised face from the fall, as he walked over. When Yang Xiao saw Yi Fei's wound, she couldn't care less about her swollen face. A shocked expression appeared on her face. It's really the demonic blood spike. This Bon Envoy is too despicable. He would rather die than harm you. Junior brother Yi. What exactly is the demonic blood spike? Yi Fei wasn't as worried as Zhao Yu and was still able to ask calmly. The demonic blood spike is the second most vicious evil technique of the demonic Tao. The flesh and bones of those who are hit by the demonic blood spike will rapidly rot. They will be tortured to death in endless pain. The degree of its viciousness is only below that of the demonic blood technique. Lin's son, who was explaining, looked at Yi Fei's wound with a grave expression. My entire body will rot to death. Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. However, he wasn't very worried. When his dantian was shattered and his meridians burned, he could use the undying sword soul to quickly heal them. No matter how vicious the demonic blood spike was, Yi Fei wasn't very worried. He immediately wanted to find a safe place to use the undying sword soul to heal his injuries. However, Yi Fei forgot that he was in the same situation as Yang Xiao. He had exhausted all of his quintessential essence. In a short period of time, the two of them couldn't even move their fingers, let alone heal their injuries. Due to the corrosion of the demonic blood spike, Yi Fei's face contorted in pain when he moved slightly. Seeing Yi Fei in such pain, Zhao Yu felt even worse. Her eyes turned slightly red. If Yi Fei hadn't tried to save her, Yi Fei wouldn't have been injured and wouldn't have had to endure such pain. Therefore, Zhao Yu became gentle, which was rare of her. Before Yi Fei could get up and speak, Zhao Yu hurriedly held Yi Fei down and said, Yi Fei, don't move. Don't worry. No matter what method I use, I won't let anything happen to you. Senior brothers, since you know about the demonic blood spike, you should know how to neutralize it, right? Then, Zhao Yu looked at Yang Xiao and Lin's son with an expectant gaze. Lin's son hesitated for a moment, then nodded with some difficulty and said, there are two ways to neutralize the demonic blood spike. First, find a martial saint expert and use their quintessential essence to force out the demonic qi in the body. Second, return to the sacred land and ask the elders for a limb reconnection pill. This can also neutralize the demonic qi in junior brother Ye's body. However, these two methods are impossible right now. Suddenly, Yang Xiao noticed that Zhao Yu's injured arm wasn't bleeding black blood, but normal red blood. Zhao Yu's wound also didn't have any demonic qi. Yang Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. Hey, junior sister Zhao, you were also hit by the demonic blood spike. Why aren't you affected? Could it be that your special physique can neutralize the demonic blood spike's effects? If that's the case, there might be another way to save junior brother Yi. What way? Zhao Yu asked in surprise. Chapter 253. Poison Extraction Boom. Boom. Yang Zhao's words were like rolling thunder in Yi Fei's ears. Even the water of 3 rivers was not enough to express the shock in Yi Fei's heart. What did he just hear? Yang Xiao actually suggested that Zhao Yu use her mouth to help him suck out the demonic aura. Did Yang Xiao not want to die fast enough? Even though Zhao Yu was devastatingly beautiful and her actions were gentle, Yi Fei knew very well that this woman's nature was even more savage than a demonic beast's. Yang Xiao was actually courting death by saying such things in front of Zhao Yu. It would be strange if the princess wasn't angry. Yi Fei swore that if he could move, he would definitely rush forward and give Yang Xiao a vicious kick. What kind of rotten idea was this? No, absolutely not. Yi Fei and Zhao Yu practically shouted at the same time. The only difference was that Yi Fei's voice was weak while Zhao Yu's voice was filled with suppressed anger. However, when she heard Yi Fei's weak shout, Zhao Yu seemed to have thought of something and her voice gradually became softer. In the end, it was so weak that her voice could not be heard. Yang Xiao blinked helplessly and laughed bitterly. Both of you, with our little bit of strength, we will have to pay a price to kill a martial honor. I've already thought of a way for you. As for whether you want to do it or not, that's not up to us to decide. Of course, if junior brother Yi can harden his heart and chop off your demonic aura, then pretend that I didn't say anything. I'll try to chop you off? Stop joking around. It's just a little bit of demonic aura. I can heal myself. Zhao Yu, don't be fooled by them. Although he said this, Yi Fei did not dare to be negligent after knowing how vicious the blood demon spike was. He forced himself to get up and heal himself. After all, he had plenty of spirit crystals in his body. As long as he had enough spirit crystals, he could continuously activate the healing power of the black energy in his undying sword soul. Yi Fei also believed that no matter how strong the demonic energy of the demonic blood spike was, it couldn't compare to the undying sword soul. Seeing Yi Fei struggle, Zhao Yu suddenly raised his head bravely and glared fiercely at Yang Xiao. Are you telling the truth? If I help him, his demonic blood spike can be neutralized? Junior sister, do we look like people who would lie? Yang Xiao felt hurt by Zhao Yu's distrust. This is the best way to save him. Of course, we can also ask the fat pig over there to do it. Lin's son stared coldly at Humongous, who was still curled up into a ball. Clearly, in order to save Yi Fei, Lin's son, this cold-faced spear, was really willing to do such a thing. Yi Fei immediately felt a chill run down his spine. If he let that fat elder use his mouth to help him expel the poison, he might as well kill himself. Senior brothers, listen to me. Actually, senior brothers, I agree. However, I'll have to trouble you to leave for a moment. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Zhao Yu had already interrupted him. After learning that the only way was to expel the poison, no matter how unwilling Zhao Yu was, he could only accept this helpless action. Lin's son and Yang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Without another word, they turned around and ran out to retrieve the corpse of the bone envoy. Yi Fei was completely stunned. He almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. Zhao Yu actually wanted to help him expel the poison? What kind of joke was this? Was that something that could be done casually? Even though he knew that Zhao Yu was wholeheartedly trying to save him, Yi Fei still found it hard to accept. While Lin's son and Yang Xiao left, Yi Fei immediately said in a low voice, "Zhao Yu, you don't have to do this. Really, I can treat my own injuries." Treat your own injuries. You can try to get up on your own. Also, I'm not helping you. It's just that I have no other choice. If you dare to leak a single word about what happened today, you're dead meat. Zhao Yu's face was red as she tried her best to avoid making eye contact with Yi Fei. She was desperately telling herself that since Yi Fei was injured because of her, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. In any case, it was just a matter of extracting the poison. It would be over after a while. Although she was comforting herself like this, Zhao Yu's face became redder and redder when she thought about how she would have to help Yi Fei later. She dragged Yi Fei away even faster. As for why she was dragging him, it was because Zhao Yu was already very embarrassed when she heard that she had to use her mouth to help Yi Fei suck out the demon energy from his wound. If she carried Yi Fei into the encampment in front of outsiders, Zhao Yu and Yi Fei would probably be too embarrassed to face anyone in the future. Therefore, Zhao Yu thought of a compromise. Yi Fei could only let Zhao Yu grab his collar and force him into an empty room in the encampment. "Zhao Yu, I'm serious. I have a special method that can heal my own injuries. You really don't have to do that." Even when they were in the room, Yi Fei still refused to comply. Extracting the poison like this would be very embarrassing for both parties. "Shut up. From now on, if you dare to say another word, I'll kill you." Zhao Yu suddenly pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Yi Fei's throat. Yi Fei was so frightened that he quickly shut his mouth. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This crazy woman, she couldn't be thinking of assassinating him while he was in a precarious situation, right? The sharp dagger paused at Yi Fei's throat, then slid down his throat and finally stopped at Yi Fei's injured shoulder. Rip! Zhao Yu tore Yi Fei's clothes apart in a few moves. When she saw Yi Fei's blackened shoulder and the wound oozing black blood and demon energy, Zhao Yu felt as if something had pierced her chest. She couldn't help but ask, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt like hell." Yi Fei's face kept twitching because at this moment, Zhao Yu had already used the dagger to cut open his wound. First, she cleaned the black blood. Then, she bent down and started to extract the poison seriously. Feeling the warm touch on his shoulder, Yi Fei's expression couldn't help but become very strange. On one hand, he felt very awkward. On the other hand, he was surprised to find that as Zhao Yu moved, his originally painful wound actually cooled down. The blackened flesh also regained its luster. Yi Fei was immediately speechless. That bastard Yang Zhao's rotten idea actually worked. It's working. Yi Fei, your demon energy is starting to dissipate. Zhao Yu also noticed this and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Seeing Zhao Yu's smile and the black blood at the corner of her mouth, Yi Fei couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Yu also seemed to notice something. Suddenly, her expression turned cold again. The dagger was merciless as she pressed it against Yi Fei's throat and said, "I'm warning you one last time. You must forget everything that happened just now. If you dare to remember even a little, you know the consequences. Don't worry, I'm very dizzy. All right, how do we get here? I can't remember it all." Yi Fei was speechless as he pretended to have amnesia. Only then did Zhao Yu put away the dagger in satisfaction. She wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and quickly walked out, slamming the door behind her. As the demon energy in his wound was removed, Yi Fei finally felt his body regain its strength. He didn't dare to delay and immediately sat cross-legged to continue recuperating. Chapter 254. Sky-level medicinal pill. Yi Fei didn't need to guess to be able to let out such a pitiful cry in the Holy Land's encampment. It must have come from the outer court elder, Dada. If it had been someone else, he might have gone to save him. But since it was Dada, he would just let him fend for himself. Yi Fei slowly closed his eyes and ignored the loud screams outside. He took out a large pile of spirit crystals and started to heal himself. Yi Fei's shoulder had been pierced through. With such a serious injury, it would take at least 10 days for him to fully recover. Fortunately, he had the undying sword soul and could continuously use the spiritual crystals to stimulate the black energy and quickly heal his injuries. Therefore, in less than 15 minutes, the bloody hole on Yi Fei's shoulder had already healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, not even a scar was left behind. During this time, Lin Sun and Yang Xiao, who had stayed outside, led the disciples of the Holy Land to repair the destroyed spirit array. "Save me, my two junior brothers, save me." Pangda was still like a lump of soft meat, limp on the ground, unable to move. After all, the skeleton envoy had already grabbed a piece of De Gua's spine and eaten it. Even though De Gua was a 10th-layer martial ancestor realm expert, he was still extremely weak after suffering such damage. Unless someone was willing to help him. Otherwise, if he relied on Pang alone, he wouldn't even be able to move his body. How could he possibly have the opportunity to heal himself? However, no one was willing to help him. First of all, Pangda had done too many evil deeds. Many of the ordinary inner sect disciples had been plundered by Pangda in the past, and their hearts were already filled with resentment. Secondly, De Bang's cowardice in the face of the heavenly Yin cult had made all the disciples present feel bitterly disappointed. Hence, no matter how miserable the Da's screams were, the surrounding disciples chose to turn a blind eye as they continued to clean up the destroyed encampment. Lin Sun and Yang Xiao also took advantage of this time to search the space bags of the dead heavenly Yin cult's disciples. Of course, it also included the bone messenger's severed head and the interspatial bag that he carried with him. Nevertheless, the two of them did not open it without permission. Instead, they asked Zhao Yu, who had just walked out, "Junior sister, how's junior brother Ye's injury?" "He's fine now." Zhao Yu's voice was very cold. But when she thought of the scene of her helping Yi Fei to remove the poison, a blush flashed across her face. Fortunately, her face was covered by a veil, so no one could see it. "What are these?" Zhao Yu stared at the dozens of black bags in Yang Xiao's hand. Yang Xiao said excitedly, "Hee, these are the space bags of the heavenly Yin cult's disciples. Once junior martial brother Yi recovers from his injuries, the four of us will discuss how to divide them." Zhao Yu shook his head and said, "You guys can share these." "I don't want them." "How can we do that? If we don't share it with you, we won't be able to explain it to junior brother Yi." Yang Xiao winked at Zhao Yu and joked. However, Yang Xiao didn't know the terrible consequences of making such a joke in front of Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu didn't say anything and just glanced at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao suddenly felt a warm sensation on her back. It was very uncomfortable. When she turned her head to look, Yang Xiao was so scared that her face turned pale. "Fire. My back is on fire." "Junior martial sister, I was just joking. Why are you so serious?" Yang Xiao didn't have time to say anything else. She hurriedly rolled on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Lin Sen's face twitched as he stood to the side. He simply chose to ignore it. "Serves you right." Yi Fei walked out of the room and happened to see this scene. He didn't need a guess to know that Yang Xiao had most likely angered Zhao Yu. At this time, he wouldn't speak up for Yang Xiao. After all, this little bit of fire couldn't burn a martial ancestor expert like Yang Xiao to death. After that, Yi Fei saw the dozens of space bags on the ground. He couldn't help but click his tongue and say, "There are actually so many space bags. Junior martial brother Yi, you recovered from your injuries so quickly?" Lin Sun and Yang Xiao were shocked to see that Yi Fei had actually recovered from his injuries in less than 15 minutes. There were no signs of him being injured at all. It's more or less stable. I wasn't in a hurry to come out and check on the situation. By the way, what should we do with these space bags?" Yi Fei asked. Needless to say, these space bags were left behind by the disciples of the heavenly Yin cult who had died. Yang Xiao put out the fire and looked at Zhao Yu fearfully. She said, "We wanted to split them equally, but Her Highness didn't agree." "Why didn't she agree?" Yi Fei looked at Zhao Yu with a strange expression. Zhao Yu shook her head and said firmly, "I didn't help. Instead, all of you were almost in danger because of me. I can't take these things." Yi Fei finally understood that Zhao Yu didn't want these things because she wanted to thank them for their help. However, Zhao Yu didn't need to do so. Even if it wasn't Zhao Yu who was in danger, but someone else, Yi Fei wouldn't hesitate when it was time to help. "Zhao Yu, take these." Yifei immediately took 4 space bags and stuffed them into Zhao Yu's hands. Then he took 4 for himself. Yang Xiao and Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony and took the remaining 4 space bags respectively. In the end, everyone's eyes were fixed on the last silver-white space bag. This was the Bone Envoy space bag, a martial, venerable level space bag. I wonder what good things the Bone Envoy put in it. Yang Xiao and Lin Sun were looking forward to it. Zhao Yu couldn't help but look curious. Seeing that no one touched the space bag, it was obvious that they were waiting for him to open it. Yifei didn't stand on ceremony and took the space bag with a smile. You'll know when you open it. Boom! Yifei used brute force to break the spiritual imprint that the Bone Envoy left on the space bag. Then he poured out everything inside in one breath. There weren't many things inside. There was a demonic martial technique and a white demonic bone spike. There was a jade box containing spiritual herbs that emitted a shocking amount of spiritual qi. There was also a large bag of strange blood-red pills. Yang Xiao and Lin Sun were able to keep calm when they saw the other things. However, when they saw the blood-red pills, Lin Sun was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Yang Xiao's voice also became a little stuttering. He pointed at the blood pills and said, These are heaven-level jade blood pills. They're one of the most famous pills in the Heavenly Yin cult. The Bone Envoy actually has so many of them on him. What heaven-level pills? Yifei was also shocked when he saw the jade blood pills. In a holy land, just earth-level pills were enough to make many people fight over them. Now, an entire bag of heaven-level pills was placed in front of them. How could Yifei not be excited? Yang Xiao and Lin Sun's breathing also became rapid. Zhao Yu stared at the jade blood pills and couldn't take his eyes off them. The 4 of them had the same thought. This time, they had really made a fortune out of a genius. Yifei, should we split these pills equally? Yang Zhao's breathing was a little rapid. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.